Hello, hello. Oh, the chat is... Hold up. There. I still had the chat off from the weekend. Well, welcome to the Tuesday stream, everybody. After this long Duelist Cup weekend, we reassembled today. Hope you all enjoyed the Duelist Cup streams over the weekend, of course, if you watched. I have I've taken yesterday to recover a little bit. Honestly, would have probably even taken another day off today if I could have, but I wanted to go live today because I'm gone tomorrow again for the rest of the week. So today is the only day I can stream during this week, so I decided to go live anyways. And I already told you this during the Duelist Cup stream, but they were very long, so I assume not everyone was here. I'm leaving tomorrow because I'm casting the Master Duel Challenger Cup in-person finals in Paris this weekend, and I'm also participating in the French Open on Sunday. So I'm starting my travels tomorrow, and the cool thing is that the Challenger Cup finals will be on this channel as well. So you guys are not going to be without any streams on this channel either. It's going to be one. There's going to be one on Saturday where you can watch me commentate the best and most successful players of the entire Challenger Cup season in a in-person event in Paris. That's going to be very fun. But still, I wanted to have at least one stream, you know, from home, myself, right? So that's why we're live today. Also, we're doing something that I've never done before later today, which is we have a little bit of a sponsored segment at the end of today's stream, which I'm excited for because, like I said, I've never had it before. We're going to be checking out the new Naruto Mythos trading card game later, which is exciting. Never had that happen before, and you know, it's because usually when I get requests for these sort of like sponsored segments, it's like, well, some random mobile game or whatever, and this one is an actual trading card game, which I'm interested in. So I was like, you know what, why not? Let's take a look at it. And I actually have watched the Naruto anime, even though I haven't seen a lot of anime, but that one I have watched. So yeah, there's a new trading card game. It just came out, and I have a couple of packs to open, and we're going to learn how to play it and so on and so forth, right? So that should be fun, hopefully later. I still decided to put it at the end of the stream as like bonus time, basically, so it doesn't take away from our regular time. So yeah, that's what we're going to do later when we would normally end the stream. We're going to spend a little bit of extra time with that. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everybody. We're going to warm up real quick. And then we're going to talk about the Duelist Cup. We're going to talk about other things. We're going to play some Master Duel. We're going to look at some of the announcements for the TCG that have happened recently as well while I was busy playing the Duelist Cup and everything. We're going to do a little bit of catch up on everything. So, all right, let us hop right in. Let's guess some cards to start with. All right. Vampire Domain? Vampire Kingdom? No. It is a vampire card. I know it. I played it in Duel Links. Domination? Dude. Ah, it's familiar, isn't it? Ah, it's familiar. I thought it was a spell, but it's a monster. Oh, that is 10,000 Dragon? No. Hellgrant Dragon? Oh. This is Elder. Adhesive. It could be Dark Fire Dragon. No. I've seen it. It's just Sparks. Grey Hunter 26, thank you for the subs. I will say my activity feed on Twitch isn't working, so I can't see. Normally there's a list of all the people that have subscribed or followed. I can't see that list right now. I don't know why. I think it's bugged. So apologies if I miss your sub today, but I'll try to catch them while they appear in chat. I'll try my best. Spiral. No, it's not spiral. Spiral serpent. Is that a thing? Yeah. Jirai Gumo. Seen this card, but I don't know. Parallel. Yeah. That is a ghost trick. This one? No. Ghost trick. Which? No. Okay, Gigantic, thank you for the 45 months, because I don't want that to happen. That is Alpverdic. Wait, what is the command to reveal my age? Now I want to know. I should have ignored you. Why did you try exclamation mark old? Why was that the first thing you thought of? That question or reversal quiz? Well, I guess it's number 43. Saber Vault. I know that one. Ooh, a rank up. I think that's a rank up or raid raptor card, which means I skip it. Maybe it's both even. The worst kind of card. Skip Force. Yeah, good, good. That is the theme. Yes. This is Brethren, I think. Yeah. The Grandmaster Rare Deep Eyes, 1 out of 100, just sold for 43k. My god. Do you think that's because it's 1 out of 100, or are they all going for that much? Is like I have no idea on this. I'm genuinely interested how this works for like these numbered cards. Is there like a significant difference in value depending on what number you pull? I'm asking this because it's the first time we're getting it in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why I have no idea. I assume in other card games there is already like stats on this kind of thing. Like is there a thing where you just like pull the best number and it's like crazy? Which Exosister is this? Sophia? Number 1 is usually a bit more. Is number 1 the best? Or is it actually like, oh, if you pull like a meme number, it's even better? That's a Goyo card. Goyo Chaser? $67 has to be goated. See, that's what I'm asking, right? Like, is a stupid internet meme more powerful than having number 1 in your hands? Right? Like, is that really? Is it? Because it be on the one hand, it'd be kind of understandable. On the other hand, it'd be kind of stupid. If number 67 is worth more than number 1. Someone slept well. I I couldn't sleep after the Duelist Cup ended for like an hour or something, believe it or not. Maybe it was all the adrenaline from the games at the end, but I was awake for a little bit longer because I just couldn't immediately sleep. The band played on, isn't it? Who is this? Mind pollutant. This feels familiar. Oh yeah, that's Daigusto Emerald. That is first movement solo. Mirror conductor. Is that boot sector? I hope it's boot sector. Yeah. Volcanic. Volcanic shell. I love volcanic shell. Dark Dragster, right? Oh, that is that Aluber? No, it's not. It's not the Bestial Aluber. It's also not regular Aluber. It's branded Beast. Yeah. Feels. Well, if it's not called trampoline, no, it's not called trampoline. Of course not. Why would it be? Is it like Boompoline? Yeah, right. I remember. Yeah. We've had this before. I think I already there. I had a crash out at this at one point because it's not called trampoline. I remember. I'm pretty sure that happened. Well, it's definitely Shadol slash Satellar thingy. That one, yeah, Dark Teller Knight. It threw me off because it had the construct head. Desert up here. Well, it's a Dino Wrestler, but I only recognize Pankratops as an existent card. Oh, is that Sorrow Cat? Yep, that's Sorrow Cat. Yeah. Does it have Sacred Beast in its name? Maybe? Nope. Destruction? Well, I'm sure if I type Destruction, there's going to be a lot of cards for that, so I'll skip it. I've seen it, though. Dimension Fusion Destruction. Oh, I know this guy. Oh, it's a Galaxy card. It's shooting. Wait, is it shooting Riser? No. Oh, it's shooting Star. Right, it's not a Galaxy card. My bad. Is this the raw card? The Blaze? This one? Court of Justice. Right. Fake Yusei fan. I've never said I was. That I no. Aquamarine? Yeah, I know you. This Destruction Dragon. Mirror Force Dragon. It is one of those. This is the Mirror Force Dragon. Okay. Fortune Lady Dark. If this is not dark, yeah, okay. That's a Hazy Flame, I think. Hazy Flame Hippogriff. Come on. Hazy Flame Periton. Periton. Where are you? I've seen you. I've seen this guy before. Belly. Big Belly Knight. Ah, well, that's fitting. Multi-roll. Archfiend Empress. Kotetsu. Flip-flop frog. Didn't even need that second zoom. Hypnocorn. How does Vlad? Oh, I've seen this card. Oh, I know this one. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's Paradox Fusion. Yes. Fortune Vision. Right? Looks like an armed dragon related card. Oh, I don't know what that's called. I've seen it, but I don't know what it's called. Oja match. Oh no, that's Vanity's ruler. Yeah. That is a for hire. Seal. Strategist for hire. N2SG, thank you for the sub. Welcome back. I have no idea. Soul Trend. Oh, that's the card they played in Cleaford back then. That is a ninja. Yep, that is... Dude, what is she called? Ibisu? Performapal... There's two Performapal... There's second donkey, but this is not second donkey. Friend donkey? Yeah. Alright, 857. It's not bad. It's alright. Rough start, rip 900 plus. Ah, come on. 857 is not a rough start. 600 is a rough start. Come on. You guys can't just keep raising the bar every time. Ah, God. Okay. Wait. Level 4 warrior, effect monster, very old, low attack, but high defense. A level 4 warrior, low attack, high defense. Okay, I'm thinking Destiny Hero Defender, but that's a dark. So Destiny Hero Defender doesn't work. Next thing I thought of is Clayman, but Clayman is a normal monster, so that doesn't work. What about Blazeman? That has 1800 defense, right? Ooh. Oh, wait. Blazeman 2015? Okay, it's not Blazeman. My bad. What about Woodsman? It's not Woodsman. Okay. It's not Woodsman. It is not an Earth. It is not 2000 defense. It's after 2008, so that eliminates a lot of the other heroes from back in the day. Level 4. Okay, level 4 warrior. Maybe a Batlin boxer, because that would be 2012, 13, and they would be fire. So hold up, what's the... Ooh, the first one works, right? Veil? It's not a fire. Okay, it's not a Batlin boxer. It's not a Batlin boxer either. Okay, what's left? Light, water, or wind? Oh... Rose. You guys have like, do you guys have a concept of time? Like, genuine question, is the reason you're suggesting these cards because you're not looking at the year, or because you think that Rose came out before 2014? Is it, am I that old? Because I genuinely don't understand sometimes when we play this game where your suggestions come from. Besides the fact that Rose doesn't work on either attack or defense, but the year throws me off so often with that, because you guys mentioned like the craziest stuff that came out like 4 years ago, and we're looking at a card from 12 years ago. Raisin? Yeah, that's what I mean. Now I feel like you guys are doing it on purpose. Now that I said that, I feel like you guys are doing it on purpose, which makes me feel better about it. So, good talk. Anyways, now do we have any real suggestions? Because right now I can't think of anything. Someone said Teller Knights earlier, which at least is roughly in the ballpark of this, but I think most Teller Knights are 2014, which doesn't work because we're looking 2013 or older. So, but that's at least close, okay? Aqua Armor Ninja? Aqua Armor Ninja. Okay, I've seen this card before, but I would not have guessed it probably. All right, good talk. How about Six Samurais? They mostly would have been older than this. Some Six Samurais came out in 2009. I thought about Six Samurais, but the problem with those is just like, I think the stats didn't work out, because all the level 4 Six Samurais, they have like decent attack stats. They don't have like high defense. What? It wasn't Ice Riziel? Yeah. All right, someone timeout peeps. Someone timeout peeps, please. I think 5 minutes is fair. I'll do it myself. Timeout peeps. Okay. Lewis, thank you for the full year. I appreciate you a lot. And HZKO, thank you for the 37 months. Welcome back. Our card guesser scores would be a lot more washed without you, so thank you. Okay. Well then, let's jump into the stuff we have for today. My plan is today is supposed to be a little bit of a chill stream. We're gonna just take a look at some of the announcements that I've missed while I was focused on the Duelist Cup. You know, I think we have a new card from Chaos Origin. We haven't taken a look at the new chess archetype yet that they've announced for Chaos Origin as well, but I don't think we have effects for them, so we can just talk about like the artwork real quick. We have some Rarity Collection 5 announcements that they've posted in this like Instagram thingy, where with some French model or something has announced some of the stuff in Rarity Collection 5. We can take a quick look at that. Then we'll talk about the Duelist Cup a little bit. You know, I'm sure you've all seen what I've done over the past weekend. Hopefully, or I would assume most of you guys have probably checked out the stream at some point, because we were live for 50 hours total. So we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we will check out some or just play some Master Duel, and then we'll look at the Naruto stuff once we're done with all of that. Okay. But also, once again, I want to repeat this real quick just because now I think a lot more people are here than when we started the stream earlier. This is the only stream this week because I'm leaving tomorrow for the Master Duel Invitational in France, which is an in-person tournament that people qualified for via the Challenger Cups, which is really exciting. And it was a really fun event the last couple of years, so I'm very happy to be part of it again this year. I'm going to be casting it together with Emre, Lampi, and Ibris. And it's going to be on this channel as well on Saturday. So even though I'm gone and there's not going to be any streams from home for the rest of the week, on Saturday there's going to be the in-person Master Duel finals on this channel as well. So you can check that out. And then I will also be participating, because I'm in France anyways, I'm going to be participating in the French Open on Sunday. So that's going to be exciting, which is a pretty big tournament for the Worlds race as well, which I'm currently still in the running for a top 16 spot for the Worlds points. If I do well at the French Open at Nationals, I think I can do it. I'm not currently in the top 16, but I'm slightly below it. So if I do well at these regionals, then I could have a chance. So that's why I'm going to be playing the French Open as well this upcoming weekend. But yeah. Anyways, just wanted to get that out there, you know, just in case anyone is going to be here tomorrow or on Thursday and think like, hey, why is there no stream? It's because I'm traveling for these events, and you guys are going to get a stream on Saturday for the Master Duel finals. Okay. Anyways, DMU Abyss, thank you for the 38 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Okay. Shock your opponents with Astrolasma Urania is a singular card from Chaos Origin. It's not a new archetype. It's just one card here. Let's see what they got here. It is a level 7 light thunder effect monster. It seems like they've been making more thunder support recently. With the Blitz Click archetype being an entire deck around thunder, but also the new Rhoda for thunder monsters, right? It's like what was the Rhoda again? The Rhoda was just add a thunder monster from your deck to your hand, but the only drawback is you can't normal summon it, right? That was the restriction on it. Yeah, okay. So since this is a level 7 special summon monster, then I guess that works with that card. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can special summon this card from your hand by returning up to 2 monsters you control to the hand. Okay, simple enough. If this card is special summoned, you can reveal any number of monsters in your hand with different levels, then target that many face-up cards your opponent controls, negate their effects. If this card on the field is destroyed by a card effect and sent to the grave, you can add this card to your hand. This feels like the Sheena for Blitzclick, if that makes sense. This feels like a card that is technically generic, but it's designed to work with the new archetype, right? Which is the same thing with Sheena. Like, because Sheena technically works with any wind deck, but obviously it was printed at the same time as Radiant Typhoon. And I feel like the same idea applies here. This is a thunder monster that is supposed to be used in the Blitzclick deck that you could also use in other decks. Now, my big question here is it the same quality as Sheena? And I think the answer to that is a pretty clear no. This card is not as broken or as powerful as Sheena was for Radiant Typhoon, but that doesn't mean it's bad necessarily, right? So one thing that you guys are already pointing out, the first effect is not a quick effect. If this was a quick effect, this would be a completely busted Yu-Gi-Oh card. In general, not just in Blitzclick, but imagine how good this card would be if this was a quick effect. You could dodge any form of targeting, interruption, of negation, of removal. You could just bounce your monsters back to the hand, summon it, and then on a new chain, you could activate it to negate cards your opponent controls. For example, your opponent activates on your opponent's turn. They activate 5 mana to summon Arthalion, right? To the 5 mana, you chain this, summon it. Your opponent activates Arthalion. You chain this to negate it, right? It would be a very, very powerful form of interruption, as well as just dodging and preserving resources. The fact that it's not a quick effect makes it a decent bit worse, but still, the thing that I just mentioned, Blitzclick does have ways to special summon this card from the hand on the opponent's turn regardless, right? You don't have to necessarily summon it with its own effect to get the second effect, right? You can just, when your opponent does something, you can use a Blitzclick effect to summon this from your hand, and then on a new chain, you negate one of their effects, right? Or multiple even. You can reveal multiple monsters to negate multiple cards, right? You can, like, let's say your same example of earlier, your opponent summons a Arthalion. You can not only negate the Arthalion, you can also target other cards that they might have. You know, maybe they have like a Mululu on the board already, you just negate that, and that is permanent. That is a permanent negation, not just for the end of the turn. So if you can hit like a Cartesia or a Mululu or whatever with it in that example, then that card would be negated for forever, right? And then it also has, this is how you really know it's meant to be a Blitzclick support card, is if it's destroyed, it just goes back to your hand, which has synergy with Blitzclick, because of course Blitzclick wants to destroy cards on the field. So you can pop this, it goes back to your hand, and then you get into like a sort of resource loop with the Blitzclick deck, which is oddly similar to Sheena, right? Because Sheena also does this for Radiant Typhoon. By returning your Radiant Typhoons back to your hand, you can kind of like maintain resources and follow up with a card that is not in the archetype but has great synergy, because of course all the Radiant Typhoon cards have summon effects. So getting them back to your hand is great value. And Blitzclick has a similar kind of feel to it, because Blitzclick has a lot of cards that activate in hand. You summon them onto the board, and then you bring them back to your hand. Right? So it's an interesting card that I think the Blitzclick deck would probably play, but it has the same exact problems as Sheena as well, which is that Sheena it's not a starter, of course, and it's questionable whether it's better than straight up just playing more non-engine, right? Like, is this a better card than a Molcharmy, a Drollin Lockbird, an Ash Blossom, a Forbidden Droplet? It always depends on the format, right? Like, because it's not a hand trap, and if you can't really like interrupt the opponent with it, then maybe in certain formats you're going to prefer to have actual non-engine rather than this. The fact that the deck is going to have a Rhoda for a Thunder card, I feel like it would be a one-of, at least, right? Because you can search it easier in that deck. And I guarantee you, if Sheena was searchable for Radiant Typhoon, they would always play one, right? And so this one, I think, just for that, it feels like a reasonable card to include as a one-of. Whereas Sheena, if you want to see it in Radiant Typhoon, you basically have to play 3, right? Or some people have been playing 2, but realistically, right, like there's no consistent way of searching it. Of course, you can search, you can use like, what is it? You can use the Wind Charmer to crash to search it, and you can use Magnemute, but not consistently searchable, right? So I like this card. It seems like a fun gameplay loop, right? It doesn't do anything super toxic or whatever. It's not a floodgate or any sort. But this is the kind of thing that I feel like encourages really cool gameplay, where you like recycle some cards back to your hand, you summon it, you do get to negate a card on your opponent's field, but it's the way this card works with like not, you know, it's on a new chain after you summon it, so it's a very slow negate. You know, you just can't negate like a spell card your opponent activates. Like if they activate a spell and you chain something to summon this, then it would be too late to negate that spell. So it's not, you know, it's not as simple. So yeah, if there are any other applications for this card outside of Blitzclick, then I'm currently not really aware of it. Like this card doesn't seem great in, like, someone just said like, oh, you can search this in Monarchs. Yeah, not wrong. It does have Monarch stats. I don't know if it matters. Realistically, I don't know if that's a thing that you're gonna do. I don't know if it has any synergy with other Thunder decks. It doesn't activate in your hand. That is also really important. This does not start a chain in your hand to summon itself. You just return the monsters immediately, which I think is cool. And And it also means you can't make Colossus with it, which is important, of course. If you could just turn this into a Colossus, that'd be more problematic, but you cannot do that. So the card seems cool. I'm excited to see if it sees any play, and in general, I'm excited to see if Blitzclick is going to see any play. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the card is cool. Okay. And this brings me to the official announcement of Chaos Origin, I suppose, in the TCG. They've posted on their website the announcement for Chaos Origin releasing on the 2nd of July in 2026, which means that it's out for the European Championship as well as the NAWCQ, which they both have, and they have announced the dates for both of those tournaments to be 1 week after this, right? If I remember correctly, it was the 2nd weekend of July for both of those. They are on the same weekend, which is a little bit of a shame because I would have loved to watch the NAWCQ, but of course I will be playing in the EUWCQ. But they are happening on the same weekend, which is the 10th to 12th of July is the date for both of those tournaments, which means that Chaos Origin, which at the moment seems like a pretty solid set, honestly. There seems to be some pretty strong stuff in there, but I guess there's still stuff left to be revealed, so we'll have to wait and see for that. But it's going to be legal for both of those tournaments, which is always exciting. When I like it when they release stuff shortly before a tournament. I know it's like hard for people to get their hands on the cards. That is one downside of it. But at the same time, I like it when there's a big format shift before a tournament. I think that's exciting. I don't like when like the format changes immediately after a tournament, because then you look at like the results from the tournament and you're like, well, this doesn't really matter anymore, right? Like it's the same thing when like a tournament happens and the ban list goes in effect after the tournament. Like if there's a ban list, I want it to be in effect immediately for the important tournament. But yeah. NAWCQ being the same weekend of Euros is so good. Unsolved is best. I like that aspect of it too. I like the aspect of both regions are going to go into the tournament like at the same time pretty much, and it's not going to be like one of them happens first and then the other people are just going to like play what won the other tournament, right? I think that's interesting. The only reason why I don't like it is content brain. Like I would have liked to stream the NAWCQ, and I can't do that if they're both happening at the same time. But it's a very small thing. Like it's fine. I guess it's no problem. Anyways, among some of the things that we've already seen from Chaos Origin, like we've seen the Blackluster Dark Magician of Chaos archetype, the retrain of some of the Yugi monsters, the Sacred Beast retrains. We've reacted to all of these. I still love the way the creator looks, by the way. I'm a big fan of that card. There's and Blitzclick, of course. There is an announcement in here that I believe was new. At least I'm seeing it for the first time. But I guess correct me if I'm wrong, if this was announced somewhere else and I'm looking incredibly stupid right now. But I think they announced this here for the first time. It's time to en passant. In a booster set dedicated to the King of Games, we just had to have a theme dedicated to one of the world's oldest games, chess. So this is the new TCG exclusive archetype, right? Because it's not been announced by the OCG, it's been announced by the TCG. So we have a chess-themed archetype. That big floating chessboard in the sky is the centerpiece of a new world premiere theme that will make your head spin. Like chess itself, this will be a lot to wrap your head around at first, so we're going to avoid using full card names and use some simple piece names instead. Okay, now I'm scared. Now I'm scared of what the cards are going to do. Google en passant. I know what it is. I know it's like it's the move where you walk past a pawn, right? And you still capture it. Yeah. It's like when you do 2 forward with the pawn and you capture a pawn that's sideways that you could have captured, but instead of going onto its square, you move 2 forward. Something like that. It's been a while since I've actively played some chess. But I think that was how you do it, right? Anyways. I do like the aesthetic of these cards, I think. The only thing, they do look relatively similar to each other, but I guess you can tell what it's supposed to be, right? This is the Rook. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a bishop. This looks like the knight. This is, I guess, king or queen then? Okay, wait. Let's do some simple math, okay? How many monsters do they have to dedicate to this archetype, right? The king, queen, bishop, knight, rook, pawn. 6, right? We need 6 monsters at least. Which means the first wave is 7 cards, right? So we probably get, educated guess, we get the chessboard, which is probably, look, if the chessboard is not a field spell, then I'm not playing this deck. I'll say it right now. If the chessboard is not a field spell, anyways. The chess theme is one of those rare themes that has no main deck monster. Okay. Well, great educated guess, Josh. Phenomenal educated guess. You nailed it. Okay. Instead, it has spells, traps, and synchro monsters. Okay. Okay. You know what? That's intriguing. I find this very intriguing because I'm very interested in how that's gonna work. Like, that is a cool idea if done properly. Because how is a deck gonna work that has no main deck monsters and just synchros? Is it like, are you supposed to play other monsters to make the synchros? Or is it gonna have like ways to cheat out the synchros, quote unquote? Like this has the potential to use in a to work in a very unique way. Like Runics? Maybe. The big question that I have, and I feel like it would be a big missed opportunity, is like, why there's the synchro monsters being the white pieces makes a lot of sense, right? But like, where are we making black pieces as well? And if so, are they like in the same archetype, or should it be another archetype that's its own deck? Anyways, yeah, maybe it's in there. It also works heavily with placing its monster cards into the spell trap zones. There are currently 4 chess monsters: the king, the rook, the knight, all with plenty of attack points, and the pawn, level 2 and also a tuner. All are synchro monsters. Here's how it works. The chessboard field spell, Pog Champion, lets you summon a level 2 chess piece, which is a pawn, directly from your extra deck each turn and place a chess man from the extra deck in your spell trap zone. Okay, chess man is any of them? Except for the pawn. Chess man have effects that activate when they are placed in the spell and trap zone. The knight adds a chess spell card from your deck to your hand. The king adds a trap from your deck or grave to your hand. And the rook sort of castles. Oh, that's cool. It castles to place the king from the extra deck in your spell trap zone. Okay. While they're sitting in your spell trap zone, these pieces have extra abilities. The knight does 500 damage to your opponent each time they activate a card or effect. Ooh, Masquerade is back. The king limits your opponent to just 5 monster effects. Ah! Okay. Is that a floodgate? That is a floodgate. How bad is 5 monster effects per turn? How bad of a floodgate is that? I guess it depends on the deck you're playing. Some decks are okay with that. I mean, 5 effects is a lot. Is a lot technically. It's not that bad. Yeah. It depends on the format, right? Like this has the potential to really counter certain decks in the format. Like it's a fact that like some decks just need more effects to get something done than others, right? Like, for example, I don't know, Draco Tails. Like, okay, well, I'll activate a fusion spell. I'll send Urgula from deck to grave, and there goes your king, right? No problem. But then, I don't know, you're playing... What else? What deck is an example that, like, can't do shit against that? I mean, every deck has SP. Oh, yeah. And the Rook protects... Oh. And the Rook protects all your chess cards from being destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Okay, well, I guess you're not Urgulaing it anyways. So... Oh, you know, this looks like it has some potential, because what I'm seeing here, without actually seeing the full effects on the cards, but it feels like the chessboard... You summon the pawn, you place the rook gets you the king, and then the king gets you a trap. And that already seems like a setup that, I mean, that's a setup right there, and I guess where you're going somewhere else, but okay. While they're monsters, each chessman can banish another card from the field, generally an opponent's monster, and if the pawn uses this ability, it gets promoted by crossing over to your opponent's field, returning to your extra deck, and special summoning any chess piece from your extra deck. That's one way to special summon your non-pawn chessman. Dude, the flavor... I haven't been like a super active chess player, but I know how to play chess, and this has a lot of flavor to it, right? The fact that there's castling in here, there's pawns promoting. That's fun. That's a fun thing. Dude, there's so much potential with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, man. Okay. If a chessman monster card you control is destroyed, even if it's in the spell trap zone, the chessboard field spell lets you return any chessman in your spell trap zone to the extra deck and then immediately special summon it. That's a second way to special summon your non-pawn chessman. Chess pieces have no special summoning restrictions, so you can also synchro summon them like any other synchro monster. So you can play other engines to make synchros, okay? Got all that? Don't worry, the club meets after school if you need a refresher course. One other thing, just like how chess has special opening moves, so do the chessmen. This special trap card lets you place a chessboard field spell from your hand, deck, or grave to the field to get you started, and special a level 2 or 7 on or knight to the extra monster zone, and place a chessman from your extra deck in your spell trap zone. And if your opponent goes first, you can activate this trap from your hand during their standby phase. That's the biggest thing at the end. That's an interesting way to design a hand trap, because this does make the trap so much better, of course, because it's now not as slow anymore. However, you have to activate it during their standby phase, right? Which is a difference. I think that is a very good restriction, quote unquote, because it doesn't let you do it whenever you want. It's something that your opponent is going to start their turn with the knowledge that you have that card, right? It's going to create a game where, like, okay, well, now I know what deck you're playing, I know what the situation is, and so on and so forth. But yeah. This is getting ashed, Unk. This cannot get ashed. And I'll ignore the fact that you called me Unk for no reason. But it places a chessboard field spell. It summons from extra deck. And it places. So it does not. It cannot get ashed. So take that. Okay, this card looks different. Another cool world. Oh, this is not part of the archetype. That's why it looks different. Okay, another cool world premiere card is the new level 8 tuner monster. It's not a chessman, but it works perfectly with the strategy. You can special summon this monster from your hand if there's a synchro monster on your field or grave. When summoned, you can place up to 3 different synchros from your extra deck and or grave into your spell trap zone. You also get a bonus token. Is that okay? We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait for the exact effect of this card. Am I crazy for thinking that this just sounds like a really busted generic card? You have a synchro on field or grave somehow, so it's not a starter on its own. You need something in the grave already. But then you can place 3 synchros from the extra deck or grave in the spell trap zone, which of course has synergy with the chess theme, but just in general, like Herald of the Arclight is banned, but cards like Enigmaster Packbid, cards like what's the other one called? The one that bounces, Malong. You just place those for free. You summon a level 8 tuner, you get a token, and then you can send those to the graveyard for something like Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon, and then you get triple removal. Like Malong bounce, Doomed Dragon push something into the spell trap zone, and Packbit puts something into the spell trap zone. However, the reason why this is not like guaranteed to be broken and we have to wait for the effect is maybe it locks you into synchros. And if it locks you into synchros, then you can't make the Doom Dragon with it. And then the question is like, okay, even if you can put those cards in the spell trap zone, how do you get them out of the spell trap zone and get their graveyard effects? Because, you know, that, so it depends. It really depends on the exact text on this card, right? But that sounds like it has a lot of potential. Okay. While it works with any synchro monster, this tuner goes especially well with Chessmen. As an extra special bonus, this monster is available in Chaos Origin as an extended art card. Oh, okay. This is cool because it confirms a couple of things that I'm not sure if we knew these beforehand. It confirms that the TCG is getting the full art cards in core sets as well. I think this is the first time they've said this. Because, I mean, of course, everyone assumed that was going to be the case because they are also in core sets in the OCG now. So everyone was like, yeah, surely the TCG is going to get it as well. But I think this is the first time it's officially been confirmed that the TCG is getting the extended arts in core booster sets, which is good. But it also confirms that we're going to get TCG exclusive overframes because this is a world premiere card that is not in the OCG at first. And we are getting basically a TCG exclusive overframe, which is cool. Okay. This is bigger news than I thought. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the type of archetype where it's impossible to say right now whether it's good or not. But I know one thing for sure. In my mind, there's so much flavor to this that it doesn't necessarily have to be a top tier strategy for me to like it. Like, even if this ends up being not that great, it sounds so flavorful and so fun that I wouldn't even mind. Because I think sometimes it's okay to make a deck that's just awesome and not tier 0, right? Like, I'm thinking my last example of this one was Mimighoul, where I was like, okay, you know what? Mimighoul, even if it never sees hyper competitive play, was an awesome archetype, and I enjoyed looking at the cards and figuring out how the deck was supposed to be played. Like, that was cool. Not every TCG exclusive archetype needs to be like a or shouldn't be like Mitsurugi, right? So I will definitely take a look at those effects once they come out. I mean, you can already have like a good idea of what this deck is trying to do. So yeah, okay, that's cool. The boss monster is Magnus Carlsen. Imagine they make a Magnus Carlsen, dude. That'd be crazy. Squirrel Fox, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you a lot. My only question is, are they really not gonna make the black pieces? Because it looks like the first wave is gonna have, they say, 4 monsters, right? Which is, once again, I think that's a shame because it's just due to the nature of the TCG exclusive archetypes being split into 2 waves. They're releasing the chess archetype with 4 pieces. They're releasing it without the queen. And without the... What else? There's king, rook, pawn. No bishop? Yeah, they're releasing it without a bishop. I just figured this one was the bishop. So which one is this? The pawn? This is the king, right? We agree on this. This cannot be the pawn. The top left. Top left is not the pawn. That's the king. So bottom right is the pawn, not the bishop. Okay. Yeah, they're releasing it without bishop and without queen, which is weird. But it also means that the second wave cannot possibly have the black pieces because that would need 6 more monsters, right? And if the second wave is 7 cards and we need the queen and the bishop, we don't have 6 cards left for the black pieces. So for now, it's not going to have the black pieces, I suppose. Okay. Sure. I just realized that these kind of look like light fiends. Fiend? I could see fiend. I could see rock. I could see machine. I don't know. You know what? You know what bothers me a little bit is that they remind me a little bit of Valence monsters. Do you guys see that? And I was never a huge fan of the Valence archetypes, artworks. Obviously, Cybers. I mean, they could also just mix it. You know, they could make like, oh, the knight kind of looks like a beast warrior. You know, the pawn is just like a warrior. The rook, whatever. You know, they could mix it. I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it's a cool idea. I like it. The only thing that I didn't really get is I saw a bunch of people on like social media post about like, oh, this is like the 15th time they are making a chess archetype. And I couldn't think of many, especially recently, because the one that I could think of was the Archfiend cards, right? Like the Archfiend pawn and queen and rook. What's the other ones? Or were people just yapping? Infernity. Infernity is... Yeah. Infernity... I think Infernity does have some elements of it. But it's definitely not as flavorful as this, right? Like, I think the interesting thing about this is that the gameplay is also modeled after chess, which I think is a really fun idea and a really fun challenge for the designers as well. Like, this must be both really challenging, but also really fun to design around, where like you're trying to make a Yu-Gi-Oh deck that has elements of chess gameplay, which I think is really fun. Worms. Okay, not everything that has a king and a queen is a chess archetype, okay? Also, why does the chessboard not look like a real chessboard? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 8 by 8. It's 8 by 8. It's exactly like a chessboard. What are you talking about? Anyways, enough. It is a chessboard, all right? It is a chessboard. I've never seen a chessboard flying above a town before. All right, dude. Now you're just hating for the sake of hating. Now you're just speaking to make sound. Okay. This video contains flashing effects that may affect photosensitive viewers. Is the announcement they've put in front of the announcement of the Rarity Collection 5. The first teaser of the Rarity Collection 5 with this, which is a good start, I suppose. As Max C. They should not have used Dragoon for it. They should not have used Dragoon for it. All right, well, yeah, I've seen some people make fun of the way they did this. I personally don't have an issue with it. I didn't really imagine this to be the first look we get at the cards. I feel like this would have been more appropriate as part of a bigger campaign where it's like, you know, first time you have like a, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's bad. It's fine. I liked seeing a first look at this. Also, it did confirm a couple of things about Rarity Collection 5. Like the fact that we did get the, once again, as with all of these things, I never know if it's the first time we've seen it or if, like if it's already been announced sometimes. But it does confirm that we get the full arts in Starlight as well as Ultra Rare, because some of them were Starlight, some of them were Ultra Rare, which is cool. That's going to mean you're going to have like a really fancy version with the Starlight. I think we knew this one already though, but just like seeing it in the video was cool. But as some people have said, like the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon is news. The Starlight version of the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, which is simultaneously cool. Let me pause maybe at the thing where is it? Can you zoom? No, where's the toon? There. Great pause. Anyways, I'm not gonna try to do that better. You can still tell, even though I paused at not the best frame, which to be fair is hard to pause at the right frame in a video like this. It's not the extended art, right? And even though the extended art of the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon isn't the craziest, we've seen it, it's just him popping out of the picture a little bit. I still don't know how high the demand, for example, for this one is going to be as a Starlight when it's going to come out as an overframe at some point, right? But yeah. Anyways, that is some of the things for Rarity Collection 5. I think Rarity Collection 5 comes out soon. I believe it's in like 3 weeks. It's like middle of April. So we're going to get more looks at the product soon, I hope, as well as, I mean, it's going to come out relatively soon. Oh, 9th of April already. Okay. I thought it was, for some reason, I thought it was middle of April. Yeah, that is soon. And I'm excited for it. I do think Rarity Collections have been one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh products already for accessibility of the game. And the fact that this one also introduces overframes and more alt arts has me really excited for it. Between Rarity Collections and the modern decks as well, making like Sky Striker and Mitsurugi a lot more accessible, it's looking like a really good year for Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of accessibility, which I'm always excited for. So, and like Rarity Collection 5, in my mind, if you want to be really optimistic about it, has like the potential to increase accessibility for the game, but also introduce a bunch of chase cards with like with the potential for people to like bling out their decks with like full arts and starlights and alt arts, which more customization is always good in my opinion. So we'll see how that's gonna we'll see how that's gonna turn out. The only thing that I'm missing in general for Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2026 is the announcement for when we are getting the Grandmaster rares, right? That's what I want to know, is like when can we get our hands on the serialized cards? Because surely we are, right? Like there's no way we don't get these. Which that's, I'm waiting for that announcement. But yeah, okay. Good, and with that, we're gonna talk about the Duelist Cup and then play a little bit of Master Duel as well. to round out the weekend, I suppose. Of course, if you guys have been watching the stream, you guys have seen me participate and try my hardest in this Duelist Cup. And while I didn't win it, I still think 12th in the world is something to be proud of. At least I'm proud of how I played this weekend. I think it was a good weekend. Obviously it's not the first Duelist Cup I've participated in, but I really do feel like I've been practicing my mentality for these Duelist Cups, because ultimately, of course, they are really stressful and it's a really long grind. And I feel like your mental needs to be really strong for it. And that is something that I was always lacking at. You know, if you guys have seen me play previous Duelist Cups, there was always moments where I crashed out at something. Because of course, and you guys also know this, I'm not happy about everything in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel format, right? Like I'm not, there's things that frustrate me. There's cards that I think shouldn't be allowed to be played. There's decks that I'm not a fan of playing against. Like there's a lot of things that I'm not happy about in Master Duel, but ultimately I think if you focus too much on that during a Duelist Cup, then you're just going to crash out and tilt, and that's not going to be good for your performance. So for this one of my goals was to not crash out at this stuff. Like if I lose a game, I lose a game. If I play against something that I don't like, then so be it. If I play against some, like man decks or whatever that negate all of my cards, you know, it's part of the game. That's what I was trying to implement for this weekend, and it worked out well. You know, I just like, I didn't crash out the entire weekend. I kept my focus. If I ever felt like I was frustrated or tired, I took a break, and I've noticed that improved my performance a lot, and that makes me really happy because it gets me closer to a better performance next time. Because for the longest time, whenever I played Duelist Cups, I always wondered, like, hey, how are people like Task, how are people like Ryan consistently winning these tournaments? Like, I couldn't figure it out, and I think I'm onto it now. I'm not saying like I'm gonna win the next one, but I'm getting closer to a state of mind in which I could see myself winning one. Like this one was the first time where I actually felt like it was close and I was within reach. Of course, there was still a bunch of points that were missing towards the end, but this weekend it was possible, I think. Yeah, and Task. Speaking of, Task did win this Duelist Cup, of course. Shoutouts to Haas on Twitter, who's been compiling the results in a spreadsheet. I've been taking a little bit of a look at it. Let me move over here actually so you can see the names. Jesse got sick. We played against Jesse a couple times on the weekend. I had some banger games with Jesse in the Draco Tail Mirror. It was really fun. Christian Urania got second, really close. And I will say, if you guys remember, I played against Task in the last hour. I lost to Task with Draco Tail when he was playing Vanquish Soul K9. His hand was really good. He opened Fuwa when I went first. Then I activated Stake Your Soul. I flamed it. He had Ash. And then a couple of really good engine cards in hand as well. He had a really good hand. He won against me. But what that means is if I win against Task in the last hour, he actually gets second. Because not only did he gain 1,000 points from beating me, if I win instead, he loses more than 1,000. So that makes a difference in total of over 2,000 points. And then he doesn't end on 80,000. He ends on 79 something, right? Which is crazy if you think about it, right? The entire weekend comes down to like that one game in the last hour. If he loses, if I beat him in the last hour, then Christian Urania goes to Worlds and not Task. So basically, it's your fault. I mean, you can look at it that way, but I mean, I tried my hardest. I can't beat him all the time. I don't know if we played before then. I did beat a couple of Vanquish Souls. Maybe Task was one of those as well. I'm assuming with how much I played, maybe I played him multiple times over the course of the weekend, but that was the only time I noticed that it was him. So yeah, it is crazy to think about sometimes, like how single games can make such a huge difference in a Duelist Cup, because I often looked at it with like, oh, one game is worth 1,000 points. But if you really think about it, that is not true, because if you win instead of losing, it doesn't give you 1,000 points. It gives you 2,000 points, more than 2,000 points, because you gain 1,000 instead of losing over 1,000. which means that every game you win instead of losing makes a difference of 2,000 points, roughly. Which also means, and this is something that I thought about yesterday, just to conceptualize this, if over the course of this entire weekend, I don't know how many games I played, like 200, 250, 300, I have no idea. But if I would have won 8 games instead of losing them within that time span, that would have been, then I would have been first, right? And this is true for everyone in the top 10, top 15, because 8 wins instead of 8 losses it would be 16,000 points, slightly more than 16,000 points, which would have put me at like roughly 82, right? And so it's, if you think about it that way, it's very close. So yeah, it's crazy. It's the same thing for Christian Urania. Literally, Christian, to conceptualize how close this is, right? The difference of less than 2,000 points means that if Christian Urania across the entire weekend wins one more game instead of losing it, he's first, is what that means. Which is how close this is. Out of all the 200, 300 games he played, if he wins one of them instead of losing it, he wins the Duelist Cup, which is also crazy to think about. And this is another thing that if you watch the stream of me this weekend, then you know this as well. He had a game on, I think it was Saturday night, where he played against me, and he timed out with game on board. That was the only time an opponent in this Duelist Cup timed out against me. It was like a 30-minute Draco Tail mirror match banger. And I think he found a very smart way to win at the end, but he didn't have the time to do it. And if he wins that game instead of losing it, then he also, in theory, if the rest of the weekend goes the same way, he gets 2,000 points extra instead of, and then he wins. So like, it's crazy to me how in such a long tournament, such small things can make such a big difference. But yeah, that's what's so exciting about this. I feel like it's yeah. Anyways, I'm looking forward to the regional qualifier. It depends on this year whether we're gonna get 1 or 2 slots in the EU. I don't know. I would assume, since Worlds are in Japan this time around, I think we're gonna get 1 slot in EU probably. Which means, just looking at this ranking, I don't know who's in 11th place, but right now, from the people that are known on this, I would have been 2nd in EU. There was one person in 8th place, Kageura, who was apparently also from EU. But definitely would have been close. So we'll have to wait and see how it works out in the regional qualifier. I mean, I always know with these Duelist Cups that it's incredibly hard to get first in the world, and it's not super realistic. But this was definitely the closest I've ever gotten, so I'm really happy about it, and I always want to play them as practice for the World's qualifier regardless, if I can. So I'm happy I played. Okay. Also, one thing... Hold up. One thing I wanted to point out that I thought was really smart was the inclusion of Retaliating Sea in Task's deck. And I saw a couple of other players using Retaliating Sea over the course of the weekend. And I thought about that, and I just think it's really smart. And I didn't think of it throughout the weekend. I mean, I was playing Draco Tail. I'm not sure if I would have played Retaliating Sea in Draco Tail, but I never really... I got hit with Retaliating Sea maybe once or twice over the course of the entire weekend. It didn't feel like a popular choice. And I think that this is one of the reasons why Task was doing so well. The more I think about it now, the more I feel like this was a genius inclusion in this deck. Because if you look at the top meta decks in the format right now, Retaliating Sea, first up, destroys Draco Tail, especially if they go for the Verte line. The Verte line gets completely obliterated by Retaliating Sea. If you've seen me do the Verte line, the way you do it is you summon Arthalion, you set Rahu, you normal summon, you make Verte, then you activate Rahu, and after the Rahu resolves, you activate Verte. if you get Retaliating Seed on that Rahu, the game's over. Because your Rahu doesn't do shit. Like, you lose the Rahu, you lose a card from your hand, you don't get the effects, you get a Gulamel, and then you can't even use the Verte because it has to send Branded Fusion for cost. So you get completely destroyed by Retaliating Sea in Draco Tail. But the Sulfur Court Yami deck, which was probably the most popular deck in the Duelist Cup, I would estimate. I didn't keep track of all my matchups, but I think the Sulfur Court Yami deck was by far the deck I played against the most. It's more of a gut feeling, but I think it was by far the most popular. Retaliating Sea is good against this deck because Sulfur Court Happiness is a spell card that includes an effect that special summons. If they ever start with Happiness, Retaliating Sea also wins that matchup. I mean, it doesn't immediately win the matchup, but it forces them into some really weird lines. As well as if they don't have Happiness, you can still use it against Yami's Surprise, which means they have to either Herald negate it, or they have to get their Surprise gets banished and they can't get it back. You make Secretarian into Verted and Rahu into Arthalion. This way you can bounce Retaliating. I did that a couple of times. Yeah, I did that line a couple of times, but it's not always the same level of convenient. It doesn't always work because you don't always start with like Lucius plus Phimena or Lucius plus Dragon, right? Sometimes it's just Cartesia, Phimena, Spellcaster or something. Like, it doesn't always work. Or you sometimes you have to make the Arthalion with a you have to make an Arthalion with just Huwalos and whatever, right? So it can work that way, but it is not it's not always possible. And also, it still is not immediately winning the game because the Retaliating is back in hand. Your board is weaker, so it's more likely that you're going to get into a grind game. But if you get into a grind game and they have Retaliating Sea in hand, that's also going to mess up your next turn, most likely, right? So it still is a really high value card, even if you play around it that way, right? So yeah. And then against Mitsuraiziel, the card is also not dead, right? You just summon it, it makes some of their stuff get banished, which is annoying. But also, if they pop it with Murakumo, you just search Max C. So I think the card, and it also destroys Gem Knight because they got some fusion spells. So the card is also really good against Gem Knight. Literally every matchup except for the Vanquish Soul K9 Mirror, the Retaliating Sea was really good. So literally against the other 9 players in the top 10, the card was really strong. So I really, you gotta respect that choice. That was a really, really good meta call to include the Retaliating Sea. I thought that was impressive. So yeah, this was the list that won the Duelist Cup. Doesn't Retaliating Sea not come up much against Yami? You can activate Retaliating Sea against every single Yami combo. Because they either start with Sulfur Court Happiness, then it's really strong, or you can always force them to banish their Surprise, which makes their end board significantly weaker. In hindsight, would you have switched to Vanquish Soul K9 with that tech choice? No, I'm not a fan of Vanquish Soul K9 in the format right now. But I saw other players also including Retaliating Sea towards the end. I don't know who it was in their Draco Tail builds. I saw someone post a Draco Tail list with Retaliating Sea somewhere. I don't know who it was. But I think maybe you could have played like, I can show you the deck list that I ended up using towards the end. It was this. Which I was really happy about, but you could have played Retaliating Sea in this. The only thing you had to do was you would need to play Typhon, I think, if you play Retaliating Sea, just so you have worst case a way to turn it into something. Or like if you're playing the mirror match, I think it would be a decent line to normal summon and then make Typhon, and then you can return the Retaliating to your hand or something. You could do that, but yeah. Why not 2 Cartesia? So this is not the list. This is not the list I used for the entire weekend. I started playing with 2 Nibiru, 2 Purulia, and 2 Urgula, I think. No Bell and 2 Cartesias, I think. That rough. Hold up. It was -2 Bell, -1 Nib, -1 Urgula, which is -4 cards, plus 2 Purulia, plus what else? There was a short period of time where I played Veilers, 1 or 2 Veilers I played for a very short. Oh, Droll. I played Droll, right? No. At the start, I played 1 Cartesia. I played 2 Nib, 2 Droll, 2 Purulia instead of the Bells and the 3rd Nib and the 3rd Urgula. The switch to the 3rd Nib I made at some point in the higher ranks, because at some point in the higher ranks, the game was infested with Yummy. Like, there was, I remember, I think it was Saturday evening, I played against like 6 Yummies in a row or something. And like in the last 10 games, I had like 7 or 8 Yummies. So at some point I was like, I'm playing 3 Nibs. I don't care. There's a couple of matchups where Nib sucks going second, but I going first, it's always good. And it's way too important against Yummy. So I put in 3 Nibs. And I never went back. I never went back from the 3rd Nibiru. I put in the 3rd Nibiru at some point, and I never took it out. It was just, I was way too happy with what it did. Purulias, eventually I removed Purulias because I got tired of opening them going first. It was not necessarily because they were bad going second. It was a fine card for me whenever I drew it going second, but it wasn't winning me enough games going second to justify having the brick in the deck going first. So I took out the Purulias at some point. And the Bells came in very late because at some point people started realizing, or at least in the higher ranks, I feel like Draco Tail was a very popular deck. On the first 2 days, I almost never played against Draco Tail. I think on the first day, we played against like maybe 1 or 2 Draco Tails. I don't know. Like, there was not many Draco Tails in the beginning. So the Drolls were a lot better for me in the beginning, and then I started playing against more Draco Tails and more Yummies and whatever, and then the Drolls started becoming worse for me. And then I took out the Drolls and the Purulias for Bells. I also added the 3rd Urgula because of the mirror matches. Yeah. That was my thought process. Like, after the first day and during the second day, I knew that I wanted to play Draco Tail until the end because it's the deck that I love the most in Master Duel right now. I have the most fun, and I also think I play it the best out of all the decks in Master Duel. Like, I don't think there's another deck I can play as well as Draco Tail. So I decided that I was going to keep playing it until the end and just switch around some of the non-engine depending on what the format was. And when and this was doing really well for me towards the end, because basically I was facing, on day 3, it was mostly Yummy, and then after Yummy, it was mostly Mitsurugi and Draco Tail. And so the Bells did really well for me. Now that you played it with Branded Fusion, does it feel better? I am not sure. I had the urge a couple of times throughout the weekend to switch to the non-branded version for 3 reasons. The first reason was that I hated drawing Fallen of Albaz. That has definitely ruined a couple of games. The second reason is that the non-branded version has more monsters, and I did have a bunch of games where I drew Phimena, but not enough monsters to use it going second, which I thought was really annoying. And also extra deck space. Like, there's a couple of cards that I would love to play. As what you notice from my extra deck is there's no Typhon, which is a card that I love in this deck, but I just couldn't fit it. I couldn't bring myself to cut one of the cards in here. I started playing Psychic End Punisher and Titaniclad in the beginning to have a way to beat Lunalight. Then I realized no one's playing Lunalight, and I took the cards out. But in pure Draco Tail without branded, you still have room to play it just in case. I did play against 1 or 2 Lunalights, but I didn't lose to them, luckily, even without an out in the deck, because they never got to summon Liger. But that would have been a problem if I ran into it and they summoned Liger. This deck does not have an out. I have to either scoop, or I have to try to go for deck out, which means like a long and grindy and stressful game that's gonna take like an hour away from you. So, and you might not even win it in the end. So it's rough. But yeah. It can work, I know, but it's really stressful and it takes a lot of time away. So yeah. And then also pure Draco Tail, because you cut basically what you would do if you wanted to play pure Draco Tail is you cut 2 Branded Fusion, you cut Albaz, and you cut Frixel, which is 4 cards out, and you add 2 Cartesias, and usually you add a second Pan, which is plus 3 cards, but you take out 4, which means you have 1 more non-engine slot. Or you could even do 2 more non-engine and just play 1 Pan anyways, right? So the deck has more non-engine. And so I wasn't sure if like maybe it was good to switch to pure Draco Tail. But also I did win a lot of games going first with the Verte line. Like the Verte line is so good. My theory is that a lot of those games I can win anyways if I go for Hieratic Seals instead, because that is what the pure version does instead, right? Is you usually make Hieratic Seals, which is also a good end board piece, right? Hieratic Seals is basically you bounce something and then you summon Mululu. So it is also multiple interruptions. It is a good line as well, but it is not as powerful as Sanctifier. Like Sanctifier or Mirror Jade are incredible end board pieces for this deck. Also, I did win a couple of games going second because of Branded Fusion. Like, I remember one game in particular where my Mitsurugi opponent, they went first with Impulse plus Great Purification, and I already used like a hand trap or 2. And then I had like 4 or 5 cards in hand, and I only had 2 plays. I had Rahu and Branded Fusion, and a couple of Draco Tails that were not a play. I had like Urgula or Pan. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was like Frixel. I think it was Frixel, Pan, Branded Fusion, Rahu, and a trap or something like that. And then I activated Rahu. They impulsed it, and I was like, I almost surrendered because I was like, okay, well, I have 1 more play and they have the trap card. But I was like, okay, let me just activate Branded Fusion. And they played around me having Ketu in hand. So they didn't activate the trap card. They let the Branded Fusion resolve. And then I ended up winning like a crazy grind game from that position, which is something that I don't know if Cartesia could have done that instead with the other deck. But yeah. So the Branded Fusion did well for me, but I'm not sure if like the pure version could have done even better. I think it's possible. Branded Fusion is so good that you need to negate it at all costs, I feel. I don't think that's true. I think in this deck, the Branded Fusion works pretty well as a bait for hand traps, because the more powerful card, I think, usually is Ketu Draco Tail, especially when you're playing into a board. But the thing with Branded Fusion is that your opponent is in a really weird spot where it's like, okay, I can negate this Branded Fusion, and then if they have Ketu, I might get owned by it. But if I don't negate Branded Fusion, then they have Ketu guaranteed, right? Because they can set it with Frixel. So if they already have Ketu, then I want to negate the Branded Fusion. But if they don't have Ketu, then it's really good to negate the Branded Fusion. And they never know, right? And so that puts your opponent in a really awkward spot to make misplays, like the one that I just mentioned with the Mitsurugi player, which, I mean, from their perspective, maybe it wasn't a misplay. Maybe they thought they can win the grind game against the Branded Fusion and let it resolve just to make sure I don't have Ketu. But they were wrong. They got outgrinded. So, yeah. Did Albion or Lubellion ever get summoned? Yes, a lot. Both of these I summoned a lot. I used everything in this extra deck a very good amount, to the point where I would not want to cut it. Like, even the more niche cards, which are Mysterion and Philia Regis, they came up a lot for me. Granted, I played a lot of games, but both of these were really good for me. So, yeah. How often did you go into the third Arthalion? A decent amount. I had some really long mirror matches, mainly. I mean, it's not a coincidence, but I remember vividly having a bunch of really long mirror matches against both Urania and Jessie. And in those matchups, I basically always needed the third Arthalion. It came down to the wire basically every time we played. So yeah. Any chance you saved the mirror games versus Jessie? I didn't save them, no. But they're all in the VODs. So the best games against Jessie were on day 3. I think we played multiple times. And against Urania, the game where he timed out, that was like a 30-minute banger or 40-minute banger. That was on day 2. Yeah. Well, yeah, extra deck space is rough for this deck. Definitely. Extra deck space is rough. But yeah. So in terms of, I guess, one thing that we should talk about, because there is going to be a ban list soon in Master Duel, right? After the Duelist Cup, usually they announce one a couple of days after. Maybe let's talk about what I want to see on that ban list. I don't have a graphic prepared for anything. Like forgive me, I didn't have that much energy yesterday. But we can just yap about it a little bit without like a tier list maker thingy where I pull the images into the thing, right? Just a few things. I would love to see some hits to the Odeon deck, which might sound weird because it's not very popular in the top 100. There's one here at 40th place. But this is by far the deck that I had the least fun playing against the entire weekend. And there's a 0% chance that I'm alone with that. This deck's entire purpose is to just negate every single card your opponent plays. And I'm repeating myself because I've said this countless times in the past. This deck is miserable to play against. 0 skill expression, 0 interactivity. Basically, every single card in this deck says negate your opponent's card. And it is probably the worst Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay that you will ever witness. My suggestion would be to do 2 things, which is they need to ban Baron the Fleur. This is not even just for this deck, but just in general. There's no way this card is still allowed in Master Duel. That is completely insane. So get rid of Baron the Fleur makes this deck already significantly worse, because the fact that the Primite engine is basically 2 Omni Negates in this deck is crazy, because it gets you Drill Beam, plus it gets you Baron, and then you have a trap monster to it. Like if they draw the combination of Field Spell plus Drill Beam of Primite, they have 3 Omnis. 3 Omnis with 2 cards plus any of the other traps that they draw. You are never playing the game. So Baron needs to go, and then preferably some hit to the engine in this deck. Like they can limit the Odeon Field Spell, or they can limit the Lordly Load or whatever. Like I don't care, but like hit one of those cards and get rid of Baron is the minimum they should do for this deck, in my opinion. Yeah. That's how I feel about this deck personally. I did not enjoy playing against it. It was my least favorite deck to play against all weekend. For the other decks, Sulfur Court Yummy should absolutely take a hit. I don't know. We don't have to talk about whether Herald of the Arclight needs to be banned or not. That card needs to be gone, okay? The question is, are they going to do it already? Or do they want to give Yummy a little bit more time in the sun before they get rid of Arclight, all right? Maybe they're going to leave Arclight around for a while, but there's a couple of other things I would like to see get rid of, and one of my main things that I would like to see go is Herald of Orange Light. This is not only for Yummy Sulfur Court, but also for Gem Knights. They just use Herald of Orange Light as one of the best hand traps going second, but also to just ignore any hand traps when they go first. For this deck, it's even worse, because this deck even searches Orange Light and Green Light with Ava. So even if you put Orange Light to 1, they can still search it with Ava. But this deck, I played against this deck a lot on day 3 because there was a couple of people doing really well with it, and the most annoying card by far in this deck is Orange Light. The board for this deck is genuinely like beatable. Like it's a good deck, but you can beat the board, but they always have double Herald behind it, and then you just cannot play the game. So they should hit Herald of Orange Light in my opinion, because this also hits Yummy without killing it, obviously. And it hits the Gem Knight deck as well without actually hurting the engine of the deck. Like, you can still play Gem Knights, you're just not searching double Orange Light anymore. So, yeah. What does Gigantic Sprite do in this deck? So they do a very long-winded combo, then they go Sprint, send Crystal Rose, revive Crystal Rose, which is level 2, overlay for Gigantic, Gigantic summon Diviner of the Herald, and then Diviner of the Herald can send Ava to search 2 Heralds. Something like that. And then on your turn, then they make Sprite Elf, and they bring back Herald of the Diviner of the Herald to also send Mudora. So on top of the Fiendsmith cards, on top of the Omni Negate of the Gem Knight cards, and a Baoa Q and IP Masquerena, they also have Mudora for Graveyard Disruption and both Heralds for Monster and Spell Negation, which is just over the top. Like, the deck itself is maybe okay, but the Ava Herald stuff is over the top for sure. And the same is true for Herald of the for Sprite Elf. Like, I think that is a very, if they don't want to hit Yummy directly yet because Yummy is relatively new, I would love if they did something to Orange Light and Sprite Elf, because those cards, they just put this deck over the top, man. Like, Sprite Elf, and this is the thing, right? Most of these cards are not even archetype specific, right? These cards are just being abused by random decks to make them more broken. Like, Baron de Fleur is not an Odeon card. Sprite Elf and Herald of the Orange Light have nothing to do with Yummy. And same with Gem Knight, right? Like, those cards are just like randomly increasing the power level of these decks for no reason. Which I think is something they should take a look at. Draco Tail, they absolutely should hit Draco Tail. Just because I like the deck does not mean they shouldn't hit it. It is my favorite deck in Master Duel right now, but it does deserve some hits. It is a very strong deck. Personally, I could see them doing something like Semi-Limit Ketu, Semi-Limit Rahu. I think 2 of each would be interesting. I know that in TCG they did 1 Ketu, 3 Rahu, and in OCG I think they did, now both are at 1. They could do the same thing and just limit one of them. I think it'd be more interesting if they did 2 each. They could get rid of Verte. I would be okay with that. I honestly, I would be okay with it. I don't hate Verte. I really don't. I think the times where like Verte into DPE or Verte into Dragoon or anything like that was considered broken are gone. I don't think the card is a huge problem. But if they want to, I guess it depends on what they want to do. Do they want to hit Draco Tail directly, or do they want to hit the hybrid with Branded? But I think they would rather just hit Draco Tail, personally. I don't think they're gonna ban Verte. It would be a solid solution though. I wouldn't hate it, but I think they do prefer to hit Draco Tail, which I think the most realistic things are that they're gonna hit the spells a little bit, and then they're gonna hit 1 or 2 of the monsters, like a Mululu or Lucius. I could see those. But yeah. And 5 mana probably. I'm not a fan of hitting 5 mana. I've personally, I've been enjoying when decks have in-engine ways to go second better. So I'm not a fan of hitting 5 mana. I know it's a powerful card, but I think that does not necessarily make it, or should make it go on the ban list. I think that is a core identity of Draco Tail, is that it's not as broken going first, but has more game going second than other decks. And I think if you hit 5 mana, you remove that aspect, right? If you remove 5 mana from the deck, it's just like, now it's just a relatively fair deck going first that sucks ass going second. And I don't think that's a good solution. So what else do we have? 5 Rainbow Magician should go, but I will also say that I played against exactly 5 Rainbow Magician the entire weekend. It was about 50 hours of Master Duel. I played against 0 Rainbow Magicians. So I agree with you. They should ban it just to make sure. But I'm not sure if they're going to see the necessity for it, because they have the stats. They have the stats to take a look at to see how popular it was. And I guess we're going to have to wait and see if they think it's a ban. But they should. They should, but I just wanted to get that out there. I didn't see it very often. Right? And that leaves us with pretty much just Vanquish Soul and Mitsu Ryziel, right? For the decks that are left in the top. Mitsu Ryziel, I don't understand what's so hard about banning King of the Pharaohs. Personally, I thought that the Ryziel crossban was already a really good thing that they did. This deck felt so much more beatable without Ryziel cross. I will say this. This deck was still powerful. This deck is still really good. But the Ryziel crossban made it so much more enjoyable to play against. Like, yes, it's still a top meta deck, but I played so many good games against this deck that were actually winnable, because they couldn't just like negate my cards whenever they wanted and draw extra cards each turn and have infinite Ryziels. Like this deck felt more fun to play against already. Like the cross ban was phenomenal. So this deck, I still think it's time for King of the Fairlimbs to go, because look, the Ryziel cards are good, but if they cannot search Habakiri, then they are fine. And for Mitsu itself, for Master Duel, honestly, I'm not sure if they want to hit it super harsh yet, because it is relatively new. My favorite way to do it for now, for Master Duel, and this might be a hot take, I don't know, but I would love to see them ban Mitsurugi Crate Purification. The fact that like everyone is playing this card in best of one just makes this deck so much more busted going first. When they just have an Omni Negate on top of everything, I would love that. The alternative is do the standard, like limit prayers, right? Yeah, okay, they can limit prayers. That's something they've done in every format. Well, not in TCG yet. They limited Haba instead, but like in the OCG, they've limited prayers. And I think eventually the TCG will probably follow suit, and eventually I think Master Duel will also follow suit. Like, I think prayers is going to be limited in probably every format at some point. I would really enjoy, if they want to leave Mitsurugi around for now, they could just ban the trap card, which would make the deck significantly weaker, but also significantly fairer, but still good. The deck is still really powerful if you end on Magatama instead of the trap, believe it or not. Negates are just everywhere because they're so powerful, but removal is also a very good form of interruption. And if they ban the trap, it's not going to really change the viability of the deck. It's just going to make it more fun to play against. So I think they should just ban the trap. I think banning the trap and banning the King of the Pharaohs would be good. Banning the trap just kills pure Mitsu. I got first in Swiss at French Nationals last year without the trap in the main deck. It is absolutely possible to play pure Mitsu without the trap. That was even without Ryziels. That was in full power Mitsu Ryziel format. I just played Magatama in the main deck because I didn't want the trap in my hand going second. It's not necessary for the deck to be good. It just makes it healthier. And then for Vanquish Soul K9, I already know I'm gonna be frustrated with what they're gonna do, because I know the solution, but I also know they're not gonna do it. And that's frustrating to me. That this is probably gonna be my least favorite part about the upcoming ban lists. Because for months to come, they're gonna do small things to hurt this deck's consistency probably. And they're never going to do the thing that's going to be necessary, which is to ban Ripper. And I'm saying this well aware that they're probably never going to do that. they're never gonna ban Ripper, and it's so frustrating. But they're gonna do some random shit like semi-limit Holisu, and then on the next one they're gonna like limit Jokul or limit Case for K9 or limit Raisin, semi-limit Madlove. Those are the kind of hits we're getting. I guarantee. I know that's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be very frustrating for me. They're gonna do like Raisin to 1, Stake to 1, Madlove to 2, Holisu to 2, Jokul to 1, Case to 1. They're gonna do all that before they're banning Ripper, which is so sad. But I guess that's how it's gonna go. I've already accepted the fate of Vanquish Soul K9 in that regard, but yeah. Why the heck would Ripper need to be banned when Vanquish Soul is the issue? Because Vanquish Soul is not the issue, in my opinion. Vanquish Soul is an awesome deck that does not have any problems. If they never made K9, no one would ever complain about Vanquish Soul. In their right mind, at least. That's just rage bait, yeah. If you think the Vanquish Soul cards are the problem when K9s literally negate every hand trap in the game and make the craziest endboard pieces in this deck, do you want to know what Vanquish Soul would summon out of this extra deck if there wasn't K9 cards in this deck? They would summon Rock of the Vanquisher. That's it. That's your endboard in Vanquish Soul. Can we ban Spellcancel too? There's a couple of other cards that they could realistically hit in Master Duel right now. I am like... Okay. Thank you for the valuable contribution to the discussion, Farfa. Appreciate you for that. There's a couple of evergreens that I'm always expecting them to hit a little bit, like Shifter and Called by the Grave. I never lose hope that they eventually do it. Max C, of course. Ash Blossom, Dominus Impulse, those kind of cards, but I just don't want to go over them every single time we discuss this, right? Like right now, I would just prefer to talk about like how to hit the meta decks, right? Yeah, but there's genuinely one thing that I wanted to do at some point if I have the time. I want to go look at all of my games and see how many of them were like decided by certain non-engine cards, because I feel like I tried as much as I was trying to focus on the games, of course, but I tried to keep track in my head a little bit, and I felt like there was so many games. I think this is, once again, gut feeling. I think that the most surrenders this weekend probably happened immediately after Ash Blossom. This is something I would have to take a look at the games and go through it and actually count. But I think mine for sure, I definitely surrendered most of the time after Ash. Either because they ashed my only like Charmy, or because I started playing and they ashed my first play and I knew I couldn't win. And I also noticed that most of my opponents were doing the same thing. This is something, once again, it's a gut feeling. It is a gut feeling, and I would like, before I confidently say this, I would like to go through all the stuff. It's just a lot of footage, but I think Ash was probably the card that caused the most surrenders in my run this weekend. Not just from me, but from my opponents as well. But I would like to take a look at all of the stuff and actually count it before I make that statement to back it up with something, right? It's like 50 hours of footage. Even if I speed it up and even if I jump from game to game, it's going to take a lot of time. And I obviously didn't have that time yet, but I want to do that in the upcoming weeks. And I wanted to do the same thing for the TCG as well from like, from tournaments. Because I think the whole discussion about Ash Blossom has been a lot of like vibe based, like people have arguments for and against it, which is fine. I would like to take a look at the actual raw statistics. Like how often does Ash win for the player going first? How often does Ash win for the player going second? How often does Ash or which cards in general force the opponent to pack up their cards and surrender, whether it's Master Duel or TCG. I think that is interesting data for this discussion to back it up. And as far as I'm aware, no one has done this yet, and I want to take the time at some point to do that. Yeah. And maybe, look, maybe the results are different. Maybe the Charmies are the cards that win the most games going second. Maybe the Charmies are the cards that force people to lose games. Maybe Droll is the card that forces the most people to surrender. But we don't know that until someone sits down and actually gathers the data. And I would like to do that. I would like to do that. So I will do that in the upcoming weeks. It's a project I have on my list. Maybe we'll do it on stream together, because that's a lot of footage to look through. I don't know if I have the time to do it off stream. Maybe we'll do a friggin' detective stream to figure out the best cards in the game. I think it could be interesting. I don't know. I just know for sure it takes a lot of time. So we could do it as like the same way we did the card sorting streams, right? Where we just sit down and yap and do something else in the background. I could see doing that for this as well. But yeah. Anyways. So that was the Duelist Cup experience. I'm very happy how it turned out. I was very happy with the streams. You guys really seemed to like it. And that made me really happy. And I was a big fan of my performance this time around. I'm proud of it. It's the first time that I'm proud of my performance in a Duelist Cup, which is cool. For a fun distraction, want to check my thread of WTF DEC moments posted by different players. Some are real bangers. It's a two-parter. All right, let me see. Hold up. What you got here? This Duelist Cup, we as a community experienced a lot of stuff that was worth saving and sharing. We even had a dedicated server for it, introducing the collection of what the fuck is happening of such bangers. Okay. Day 1, the goal. Survive all of the Odeon mans. Odeon Malice. You played against Odeon Malice? This, by the way, this is 100% real and true. The goal of day 1 was to survive the Odeon. This was my biggest challenge. This was my biggest challenge for this Duelist Cup, was to not crash out during day 1 with all of the Odeon players. My literal first game could not have been more fitting for this Duelist Cup, because game 1, I lost to man. Because they negated all of my cards. Literally, I wake up in the morning of the Duelist Cup. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's log in. Let's do this. First game, I queue in, lose coin toss. It's man. They floodgate me to death. All right. That was the biggest challenge. And I'm telling you, this did not happen on day 3. Because despite of what some people seem to think, the Odeon deck is not good. It's just toxic when it goes first. But at the high ranks, no one was playing man. The first one was at 40th place. And I'm pretty sure they probably played man only like in the beginning or something. They probably say that somewhere. Like because they posted man and Mitsuraiziel, they probably switched to Mitsuraiziel at some point. Mostly played a bit of, yeah, mostly Thunder Sword. I think that's Mitsuraiziel. Mostly Raiziel, yeah. Look, at day 3 in the higher ranks, I never played against man anymore. But on the first day, it was infested with Odeon. It was really infested. So my biggest challenge was not crash out at that. Odeon found a new way to improve the end board. Oh, I see. That's why it had Spell Canceller. I played against someone who tribute summoned Spell Canceller against me in Odeon. And I didn't understand why that card was in there, but I guess that makes sense. I mean, makes sense in a world where you are the type of person to actually play Odeon, which doesn't really make much sense to begin with. But, you know, in a really fucked up world, this makes sense. Is what I mean. Okay, now I understand. All right. Tenpai was not popular, but when it did, it was an unforgettable experience. Okay. Did I play against Tenpai? I think once. I think one Tenpai, maybe two. Not many. Not many. Vanquish Soul players will do anything for better consistency. Dude, I would be so happy. I would be so happy if my opponent activates a lure and I think it's Malice, but then it's Vanquish Soul instead. Imagine my happiness. Why does this never happen to me? Ah, dude, no. Dude, this hurts so much. Oh, it hurts so. Nah, why did you post this image, man? Oh god, dude. Oh god, this physically hurts me, man. The amount of times I opened like Uva plus Nib every time. On day one, I went second. I opened Fuva plus Nib. I felt like my opponent. I already knew. I could feel it. I could feel it in my bones that in a millisecond they're gonna activate a friggin' Odeon field spell. I always, man. Duel Links are end board piece. Dude, Steel Swarm Roach against what? Dude, what can they negate with Steel Swarm Roach? Nothing. You can negate Red Layer. So against Judeo. It could have worked. Diabellstar? Okay, Diabellstar, true. Guys, most of the things that you guys are saying don't work because the way Steel Swarm Roach, this is why it's so bad. Steel Swarm Roach only works on summons that don't start a chain. So if your opponent goes Rahu to summon Arthalion, you can't use it on that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work against Jokul because Jokul special summons as part of a chain link. It doesn't work against any of the cards in the format, basically. Also, someone said Ripper, which is crazy, because that doesn't have a level. Yeah, this card is completely useless. It also doesn't... Here's the thing. If this card worked the other way around, if the card... Think about this for 1 second, please. If your opponent... If this card worked the way you think it worked, this card would be so busted. It could negate Nib if it did that. You think no one would play this card if it could negate anything that summons a level 5 or higher monster, even if it starts a chain? Yummy players getting really creative? Dude, come on, man. Dude. I didn't get it at first. I was like, hey, what is this about? Oh god, these are so painful. These are so painful. Oh, dude, all three of them. I mean, Maxie's at least okay. Maxie's not bad. Maxie is fine against Odeon because you can hit the traps on your turn, so you get like 2 draws out of it. It's not the worst. God. Dude, I hate how it's cut off at the top right as well. I hate how this is done. Because I didn't see it at first. I was like, I slowly moved up, and then it's like, oh god. Release experiment. Okay. this type of thing. This is the type of thing that I mean that maybe would have caused me to crash out on Friday. This is the type of thing that could have ended my run right then and there. If I play against blind second Odeon and they beat me. No. Bro got Magnus. Dude, what was your elo when you played against Magnus on day 2? God. Cross out on Engage in Yummy versus Sky Striker. Dude, these are some bangers. Imagine your Engage gets cross-outed. Duelist has selected going second. Yeah, dude, sometimes I've definitely drawn hands with Draco Tail where I wanted to go second instead of going first. I still think it's good to go first, but sometimes, dude, it just works out like that, man. But this is one of the funniest thing about the Duelist Cup is that, like, because you play so many games, there's just meant to be some really crazy shit that happens. For one, I summoned Sanctifier from the graveyard for the first time with its own effect. For the first time ever in my life this weekend. There was a random game. It was a really long, I think, Draco Tail mirror match. It took forever. And eventually, in the middle of the game, I summoned a Magnamute, and all of a sudden my graveyard started glowing. And I was like, hey, what is this all about? And the Sanctifier popped up, and then I thought about it for 5 seconds, and I was like, I'm not sure if that's optimal right now, but I'm gonna do it. And I did it. Wait, you guys clipped it? Hold up. I wonder if you can see my confusion when the graveyard starts lighting up. Because I think the last card I summoned here, let me go here. The last card I summoned was the Magnamute. And this was against Jesse, by the way. He asked me, I was hanging out in his stream yesterday. He asked me if I think it was against, no, was it against Jesse? No, I don't think it was. I don't remember. The reason I summoned this Magnamute in the middle is that's where it belongs. Just from the field layout, you know, like it doesn't feel right to put it here or here because obviously I have a monster at the far left, I have a monster at the far right. Like, I'm putting the Magnamute in the center. I don't know, man. You can see my confusion. I'm trying to figure out what I can do in the graveyard. Oh, I'm glad I had the face cam on. Awesome. I've never done it before. I'm glad you guys clipped that. Okay. Sudden Edison vibes. Okay. Dragon. The strongest Link 1 in history versus the strongest Link 1 of today. Wait. Which one is which? I think these are both. I think Link Karibo is both. The strongest Link 1 in history versus the strongest Link 1 is today. I think Linkuriboh is the strongest Link 1 in history. I mean, that's not true. That's not true. Linkuriboh is the most versatile Link 1 in history. But it's not true, no. There's more powerful ones, like Link Cross, Requiem. Snatchy is also more powerful. Yeah, no, it's not the most powerful one. It's the most... Linkuriboh is probably the most played Link 1 of all time. Because it just, like, it's just so generic and so generically good to just put random, like, yeah. But Linkuriboh is definitely neither. That's what I know. I know Linkuriboh is neither the strongest Link 1 in history and also not the strongest Link 1 of today. I don't know what this is Polar Bear in Arlington, Texas right now in this meme, this Linkuriboh. Bankroll players looking for consistency solutions part 2. Oh dude, this is not, I've been there. I've played Durandal. This, yeah. Draco Tail players discovering new ways to fusion summon. Poly. I mean, Edge Imp package is playable in Draco Tail. Unbelievable screenshot to happen in the same game between two decks. Effect resolution cookie, destroy Ryziel X. Normal summon. Huh? Oh, wait, is it just, are they using circular? Are they using circular just as a rank 4 package? Because technically you don't have to link with circular. You can just special it, send Sigma. Wait, but Sigma locks you into links, no? Into cybers. Oh, it doesn't lock you into links, it locks you into cybers. Okay. Well, damn. Yeah, but then I don't know. I don't like. Okay. And loop yummy combo. Beansmith Engraver, Lollipo Yummy Way, make Omega. Cross out on Lupus is awesome too. Because your Lupus is gone forever. Yeah, this is Duelist Cup meme review all of a sudden. Well, I'm not against it. Draco Tail trying the Forbidden Goo. This is not crazy. This has been standard in TCG for a while now. That's all right. Droplet is a good card in Draco Tail. I think especially for this Duelist Cup, like, I think Droplet was not a bad card to play in Draco Tail. If you draw a fusion spell and Droplet against Yummy going second, I'm pretty sure you're cooking. You just activate a spell, they don't herald it because they think it does nothing while they have herald, and then you send it for Droplet. And they're like, okay, either I negate Droplet now with herald, but then it's gone and the fusion spell cooks me, or I don't negate with herald and then my herald gets dropleted. And then you cook. It's good in the mirror as well, because you can dodge flame. Like, this is a legit card in Draco Tail, even though it's not a monster. Sulfa yummy, but there seems to be something different. Oh, dude, it took me a while. It took me a while to find the imposter. Herald of Mirage Lights? Okay. Somehow every single Herald card... This is something that maybe doesn't get talked about enough, but why does every single Herald card just Omni-negate? Maybe the Heralds are not hated enough for this, I feel like. Someone at some point just came up with an idea of like, hey, let's make this archetype that is all about negating every card. And someone else was like, yeah, good idea, you should do that. Also, we should probably make Odeon as well. and then they lived happily ever after. Part 2. Those are the deep trenches. Okay, Regenesis, classic. The most aura farming effect activation ever. Come on, nah. You're not revealing Chandra and Habagiri for raise. What the hell? Nah, this is my worst nightmare. The only way this could be any worse is if they revealed a Malice card instead of Habagiri. What the hell? I lost to a 2004 card with my 2005 card. Wait, where's the image? What is the 2004 card? Torrential Tribute? Torrential is 2004? I know it's not MST, because MST is from 2002 or 3. Surely Torrential is not 2004. No, it's 2003. You can't beat me on Unk knowledge. Torrential is 2003. I was there. I was there. Start of 2003 as well. Not even close to 2004. Survival is not a mandatory option anymore. There's always a win condition, just need to see the vision. What? Did you? Who is that? 1 coin flip win, 16 coin flip losses? What the hell? But what is... I don't get the image. Lucius Urgula. No, draw Lucius. Activate, add 5 mana. Discard 5 mana, chain, vanish. And then coin flip. I don't... Heh? What's the meme? He didn't negate. I made Secretarion and won. Okay, well that and we just decided to leave out the context then. Okay, cool. Good. Oh, this is crazy. I'm so happy about this because people are finally seeing the vision. You guys, look, I understand that people defend Ash Blossom because they hate the Charmies. I get that. I don't agree with it, but I get it, all right? But I'm happy that ever since we started that discussion, there's been more and more people who've been telling me, hey, I've paid attention to this, and I've noticed that this is literally the truth. This is Ash Blossom, all right? You draw Ash Blossom going second, most of the time doesn't do shit. You draw Ash Blossom going first, you are the most powerful individual on the planet. That is what this card does in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't make the rules. This has nothing to do with whether you like the Charmies or not, but that is just what it does, all right? That is what it does. So funny, man. The crash out is the best because this is what happens in my head every time. You don't hear it because I force myself to not do it every time, but every time this happens in my head, okay? And it's very hard. It's very hard to not crash out. So that's why I'm so proud of pulling through all the way throughout the weekend without crashing out. Rare instance of Murakumo going -1 instead of +1. This always happens when you play against Orchist. Murakumo is literally an extender for Orchist, I found. Read the last line. Even Odeon had Ash verse. Dude, the fact that it's half cut off, I didn't even notice it, makes it even worse. Even Odeon. I feel you, man. Might be the worst spell to negate in history with Flame. Depends on the game state, I suppose. Unexpected Bridge emerged. Radiant Typhoon Crocea and Varoon make high speedroid rubber band shooter. I guess, yeah. I guess that deck doesn't care about the Windlock. No comment. Yeah. Yeah, they call Ash. They call Ash instead of Droll. Why is that? I don't know. After this 45-minute game, he won the coin bricked and lost in less than a minute. Dude, this happened to me. This happened to me like 2 or 3 times this weekend as well, where I fought so hard for a win, like 30, 40 minutes. 30 or 40 minutes, I fought so hard for a win. And then the next game I load in, and it's just the most non-game imaginable. And I'm like, dude, what am I doing here, man? I just fought 45 minutes for these 1,000 points. And then the next game is like, opponent normal summons Kapsi Yami. On res, I activate Fuwa. They go Called by the Grave. And it's just, dude, what am I doing, man? There was games where I went second. Dude, I've drawn all 3 Draco Tail traps like twice this weekend. One was the one I won because I go, okay, this was a roller coaster. I go second, I open 3 Draco Tail traps, no hand traps. And I'm already pissed off, right? I'm already like, oh, goddamn. And my opponent passes. They just full bricked. That was crazy. And then I won. Because it was like, the hand was like Mululu, Rahu, 3 traps. I drop a turn, I activate Rahu, they like ash it, and I don't have a play afterwards either or something. And I'm like, okay, cool, but I just have all 3 traps anyways. Bro is the Pharaoh. King Sark and Shining Sark. Yeah, man, I mean, that's just slop. Unfortunately. Wait, what's the joke here? Most unexpected Vosu tribute. There were 2 Ligers on the field. That is funny. They tributed Vosu. They tributed SP, and they had 2 Ligers. That's funny. Okay. A brutal story about friendship, betrayal, and poor decisions make in 3 pictures. Lollipo and Cookie make Moon of the Closed Heaven. Chainlink 1, Marshmallow. Chainlink 2, Crocea after Surprise. Activate sequence, get She-Nut. Oh, huh? Why did they decide to go Lacrima Engraver and then activate Surprise instead of just making Caesar? I guess what they were thinking was, oh, if they didn't Nibiru me when I had Lacrima and Engraver, they must not have it. They must not have Nibiru. And they were right. They didn't have Nibiru, but they had Crocea plus Sheena, which is a crazy punish. That's funny. Bro, how? How? Number of duels won. 208. Oh my god. Do you have any idea Do you have any idea how many games you have to lose to go to 0 points with 208 wins? Fake? Is it fake? It could be. Very well, it very well could be, because that is genuinely insane. Rage crash out. Okay, you know what could happen? You know what this could be, which wouldn't necessarily make it fake, but it would make it less funny, is if someone, like, let's say they really tried, but then like on day 3 they like crashed out and lost a bunch of points, and then they said, fuck it, I'm gonna surrender until I have 0 points just for a funny picture. Right? Like that's something I could see. Like someone tried for 3 days, they were in the runnings, they were like in the 50Ks or whatever, then they lost like 10 in a row, and they said like, fuck it, I'll just like go. And I'll just surrender until I hit 0 for a funny screenshot. That's a possibility. But I don't know. Whatever. New Almirage target just dropped. Rescue Cat. I mean, yeah, Rescue Cat is technically not a bad 1-card starter for Yummy, right? It's just, it makes the deck bad into Ash, which it's normally not bad into Ash. So I guess they chose to play around Ash because they already had Yummies in hand. They just linked it off and not activated. Yeah. I respect it. I respect the hustle. The Aftermath. Dismantle. Why is Double Helix here? What? Dude, I didn't. That's like, okay, you hate Vanquish Soul K9, I get it, but then I saw Double Helix. I was like, what the hell? Where's that? Fuck Vanquish Soul, fuck K9, and fuck Spiral Double Helix specifically. That's funny. I mean, it's interesting on a serious note, because I did feel like throughout the entire weekend, Vanquish Soul K9 was not doing too hot for people. Like I didn't play against it that often after a while, and most of the time I saw people play it, they didn't do very well. Like this is obviously like not necessarily because of the deck, but I saw Yugioh also have a really unfortunate run. I think he lost a lot of coin tosses though, so maybe he just got unlucky. But I just like didn't really see many people do well with Vanquish Soul. And I was pretty happy about my choice to not play Vanquish Soul, but then ultimately Task still won with it, which was interesting. But there's like, you know, the most popular deck in the top 10 is still Mitsuraiziel, which was the deck that everyone predicted to be the winner deck of the Duelist Cup, technically, right? Beforehand, I think. Mitsuraiziel was like one of the most... Mitsuraiziel and Solfa Yami were the two most anticipated decks for this Duelist Cup, I would say. And there was 3 Mitsuraiziels in top 10, 2 Solfa Yamis, 2 Draco Tail, 1 Mitsu Yami, 1... and just 1 Vanquish Soul. But that Vanquish Soul went all the way. Oh yeah, interesting. Where can we see that spreadsheet? I can link it to you. Hold up. There you go. It's in chat right now. If you want to check it out. Didn't you give Task the points to win? Well, I mean, I didn't give him the points. I lost to him in a normal game. I lost to him in the last hour, yeah. But it was a pretty rough game. I went first and I got Fuwad. I didn't have Ash for it. And then I just made Arthalion with, I think, 2 or 3 traps. But then his hand was, he went Stake Your Soul, reveal reveal an Earth. I think reveal Caesar. I used Flame on it, and he had Ash. So the Holly Sue got summoned, and then he had Fire and Dark plus Valius in hand for the thing, or the Sue. It was pretty rough. He posted that game in the video. I mean, yeah, it must have been, dude. From my perspective, it wasn't that exciting because I wasn't in the running for first place in the last hour. But for him, it must have been a very special game because I don't know if maybe it was even the last game he played before he decided to stop. I have no idea. It was at 4:30 in the morning, which was it was like 30 minutes before the end. It was the last game, dude. It's literally the difference between him being first and second in the ranking. If he has 2,000, if he loses instead of winning, he has to. I mean, he has to keep playing, I guess. Well, yeah. Apologize to Urania. I talked to Urania in the morning after the cup was finished. Like during the night, I messaged him. I was like, "How did you finish?" and stuff like that. And I did tell him I lost to Task in the last hour. I couldn't stop him, man. But that's how it works. You have to play against everyone. I played against Urania a bunch of times. I played against Jesse a bunch of times. I'm sure I played against all the others a bunch of times as well. Oh yeah. Is it time for ranked? Yep, we can play a little bit. I just wanna play the deck that I play. I don't want to play anything else right now. I just want to play more Draco Tail. I love this deck. I don't even know where I'm at in rated. I do think we hit Master 1, right? Oh, we're in the 1600s. It's not bad. It's going to get hit on the ban list soon, so enjoy it. I don't think Draco Tail is going to die anytime soon. I think the realistic timeline for Draco Tail is the exact same thing that happened in the TCG and in OCG. I think they're going to hit Draco Tail, and I think they are going to just release the Albaz cards eventually, and then you're going to play Branded Draco Tail, right? Did my dono get missed? Might be. My Twitch notifications aren't working properly right now. And I didn't have time to fix it, but let me check. Hold up. Activity feat. But Ash is bad going second, eh? Yep. It's absolutely... It was very likely for Ash to stop my turn there. It wasn't like a 5% chance or something. Oh my god. This is awesome. I could not be happier. Great stuff. Great stuff. This is the kind of hand where I think the Branded Fusion is an okay bait for Ash Blossom. I can't start Lucius here because then I can't activate Rahu if Lucius gets negated. That's awkward. I think it's just start Branded Fusion. Baiting Ash with Branded Fusion real. I mean, it's crazy how far we've come, right? Like, it used to be the meme that Ash on Branded Fusion is always game, and now we bait Ash with Branded Fusion. It's glorious. Dumb question, but when you review duels, how do you personally separate hindsight bias from misplaying? That's not a dumb question at all. That's a completely normal question. I mean, it is hard, I guess. Look, how do I do this? I have too many engine cards. If I mana away Lucius and Urgula, I think I just don't activate 5 mana. I mean, yeah, to answer your question, I'm kind of focused on my turn. You definitely want to just think if, like, you got to imagine not knowing what you know in hindsight by, like, seeing your opponent's hand, right? You got to think about it, like, does this play make sense even if I don't know they have that card? And sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes you play around the card when you shouldn't have, and sometimes you don't play around the card when you should have. Why in the extra monster zone? I don't think it has a downside, and sometimes you need the space down here on your opponent's turn if you're doing stuff like... There's a world in which I use 5 mana to summon like another fusion, and then I want to use Sanctifier to bring back Frixel, and then Frixel needs another slot, so you never know. Would you play Shalos if Kedu goes to 1? Yes. I like that card a lot. How do they always draw X? Is that a dueling skill? I feel like it might be. I always wonder in these instances whether I should I can't even use Sanctifier because I only have one monster in grave, so I can't really play around Exciton Knight. I think if they go Exciton here, then I'd survive and I focus on follow-up. No. Yeah, I should put non-engine in this deck, honestly. It'd be awesome. Oh god, thank you for the sub. Welcome back. Not falling for that bait. It might not even be bait, but I can't risk. I don't think I can risk them already having Habakiri, because then they just make the full board. Because Exciton resolved and I can't die this turn, it might just be a matter of let them cook and then make a fat Arthalion at the end of it. Elf Node, Cool Tune, or together? I am on the side of Cool Tune. The good thing is also they are locked into rank 4s, so they can no longer make Photon Lord. What if they have Called By? Well, if they have Called By, I have no counterplay to it, so I don't have to worry about that. If they have Called By, it does not matter when I use my 5 mana. I wish I had at least Pan or Urgula. I mean, I could have searched Pan over Mululu. I didn't know I was just going to draw another Mululu. Also bounce the Haba. They probably crept. They didn't keep prayers in hand? Okay. Okay. The easiest thing would just be go battle phase. Because that disables the trap. But that also means I'm not winning this turn, and I think that is not great. I think I want to go... Thank you for the gift sub to Malice. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot to me. That is good for me. Yeah, okay. Eh? Yeah. That's the thing, like, there was a time where I always played around Exiton against Mitsuraiziul, but I think this is exactly how you're supposed to do it, is like, just let them Exiton, draw your cards. You got like, dude, you have like 6 or 7 cards, I'm sorry, but it's just how many cards you have in hand, and then they can't kill you, and you just wait until the very end to friggin' just bounce all of their rituals back to their hand, and they're all not properly summoned anymore, and you just run over them the next turn. It gets into a pretty grindy and difficult spot, but I think it's fine. I think it's just the alternative is just much worse, because the alternative is you throw all of your cards super ineffectively at the Ryziels just to then die to the Mitsu cards, right? Before they had cross, so it would have been negated. I mean, yeah, okay, sure, yes. The existence of cross makes this sort of like play impossible, which is exactly why it was a toxic card, because it eliminates counterplay like that, right? I was Raziel Mitsu this game. I saw you and panicked, and now I'm going to end up in a YouTube short. Don't worry, man. I will not make it into a YouTube short. I promise. Did you see the 42k Blue Eyes sold in the OCG? I heard about it. We talked about it earlier, and I wasn't sure, or I guess we talked about whether it's because it's that expensive in general, or whether it's because number 1 out of 100. And I think it's a little bit of both, probably. Mitsurugi Orchis. Does it have Fiendsmith too? Ah! Oh no, it's just the Mermaid Bridge. That scared me for a second. You drew Mirror and Kusanagi. You deserve this. I'm so happy about that. That's awesome. I'm honestly not sure. I'm not sure where to interrupt this with Nibiru. Am I tripping, or can they not get back the Galatea right now if I nib it here? Target? Oh no, they can. Now they can no longer get it back. They want a bridge to Mitsu? What is the Mitsu bridge? Or Orchis? Well, I guess it was a good nib. Barrel Imp? Right. 2 level 4s. Good point. Did they have a way to set that up anymore? Because they brought back Orchestrated. I was confused because they didn't use Galatea to set Babel this entire time. And they also didn't access Skeleton. It was weird. The Girsu accidentally sent the trap to the grave. I don't think that was an accident. I think the plan was banish the trap for the Link 1 Galatea and then add it back to hand with the Link 4. That is a normal thing to do. That way, you can still get access to the field spell and the trap in one line if you have to search the World Legacy with Galatea. That makes sense. Jesus Lord. I should have been toggled on because I should have before they like. I mean, they should have started with a stun monster, I suppose. Ash really has my back since I started hating it. I always draw it in the matchups where it doesn't do anything. It hates me as much as I hate it. We've been solemnly struck. Okay. Of course. I'm losing my mind. It's impossible. I'm trying so hard to play Yu-Gi-Oh with these people and they just refuse. That's so miserable. Toilet break. It's also it's so popular is the worst part. I don't think popping the back row is that good here. Because they just set more. Imagine they activate. I'm telling you, it always has my back. So Verdict is only for spell traps, right? To pop my monsters. Only control 3 or more other spell traps. it's taking them a while because they're doing something that they're not used to, and I think they're doing it for the first time, which is that they're thinking right now. And I think that's kind of uncharted territory for them. I know they can't be destroyed, but they are low on life points, so I thought about taking the damage instead of attacking the Albaz. Okay. Round off his Primite and Odeon monsters. Yeah, but not this one. There's no deck that sucks the fun out of this game like this one. It is so frustrating. And it's literally the worst part about it that is that it's not even a good deck, but in the if you're not playing like the highest level of the Duelist Cup, there is just people out. It's the most popular deck. It's the most popular deck that I'm playing against today. Oh, come on. What? How do you not start with that? Why not put cards that are good into man while you're climbing out of that elo? I didn't want to spend too much time. I'm still tired from the weekend. I'm just jamming my Duelist Cup deck. It's whatever. I think I'm supposed to normal summon Lulu first. Better against Fuba. Smells like an imperm. My hand is really bad, so if they have good counters to it, then I probably lose the game. Not much I can do about that sometimes. Can the impulse negate Ketu if the opponent doesn't have monsters? Yes. Always. The base deck. I'm not even mad at that. Oh, never mind. I'm mad. Oh, you've Kieran? Oh, Skype. That is so good there. I think they're gaming. They are. They are gaming. Oh, but they're gaming the wrong way around. Never mind. They are too good. This, I don't know how much it does though. Immediately, I guess it goes Onyx. Onyx gets a second Skyburn if they play it, and then the second Skyburn can pop my Ketu before I can play with it. Only if they play 2 Skyburns though. But if they don't play 2 Skyburns, then this just does nothing. Why do I talk, man? I win with how they played that. I don't think that was perfect. Yeah, I can kill through this. I'm pretty sure they win that if they don't chain block it like that. Like, I understand that Ash Blossom is a more popular card than Bell, but realistically, do you care if the last card in my hand is Ash Blossom and I Ash your Ulcanix to summon the OG Garunix from deck? Likely not. Like, you just put Kirin on 1, the other one on 2. You actually wanted to get ashed, and then you win from that position, I'm pretty sure. Which decks are you planning to play today other than Draco Tail? In general or today? Because today, I mean, I don't really have much planned for today's stream because it's kind of like a chill stream with little prep time. Radiant Typhoon when? We can make a game with Radiant Typhoon after this. I'm down. This is very risky, but I think my hand is not great. Okay. Well, that's not good. The win rate going second in rated is not great at the moment in general. There's a lot of decks that like there's a lot of decks that are so much more favored going first than going second. Are you surprised that there's no Radiant Typhoon in top 100 of Duelist Cup, or did you expect that? If there's actually 0, I would be surprised by that, yeah. There is 1. Okay, even 1 is a little surprisingly low, I would say. I mean, now they know I have Bell, I guess. Why is my Arthalion so small? What happened? Oh, Droplet. I also put the Arthalion out of habit in the one column that it shouldn't be in against Orcust, because it's the one where Galatea can't be destroyed by battle. Which could end up mattering. You guys think we beat an Omni Negate with a Ghost Spell and a Flame? Move up for turn does it? Yeah, would do it. They should make more cards that negate hand traps. Did you see the Sky Striker, Mitsurugi, Azumina, Radiant, Typhoon, Yami regional top? You know what's funny to me is that that sounds like a regional top cut breakdown. It's like, hey, did you see that one regional where Sky Striker, Mitsurugi, Azumina, Radiant Typhoon, and Yami top? But I know you're referring to one singular deck, unfortunately. And yes, I've seen it. Would start with Radiant Typhoon. I mean, that has nothing to do with the deck. That is like the solid chunk of like 20-30% of Master Duel games that are just not Yu-Gi-Oh games. Which is just something you have to come to terms with, I guess. Otherwise, you'll lose your mind entirely. I'm just using this. I'm drawing. I don't care. I have so many good things I can draw. I've suffered through so many bricks or non-games going second. I want to play the game. If I discard my hand, I discard my hand. I don't care. Link helps us a bit. If I search a monster special, make Link, add back MST from grave, the problem is that that heavily incentivizes them to just go battle phase and attack it. Ugh. Is this the FTK? Yes, this is the FTK. This is really awkward because it disables my Sheena. Oh, well, never mind. That's not good though. Because the problem is, like, if it pops my MST, then they have the field spell available, and that's really bad for me. Well, I might. It's like, the thing is, like, if they keep playing, I'll eventually draw Crocea, and then when I MST, I'll summon Crocea, and then I can Sheena, is like the idea. But now, of course, that would give them more cards for the Maxi as well, but I don't know, man. Because they always have it. But now the problem is that I can't summon my Crocea anymore. So if they probably have game, I probably just die here. I don't think I have other hand traps. I have Magnamoot, technically, at some point. What happened to the meta? This deck is not meta. They are, I don't know. I think they're just playing it to be annoying. The last 2 hours were literally miserable, more miserable than my entire Sunday in the Duelist Cup. I feel like it's because in the Duelist Cup, I played against better players who know that these decks aren't good, so there was like no man and no like gimmick puppet shit. It was mostly like, okay, people are like, okay, let's play real Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's play Yummy, Draco Tail, Vanquish Soul, whatever. And then in Raided, it's just like no one cares. It's just let me queue man, let me queue gimmick puppet FTK and shit. I don't know. Oh well. Have you played against Malice in Duelist Cup? A little bit, not many though. It's not very popular right now, thankfully. Naruto time? It is Naruto time. Alright. Before we move over though, one quick thing. I already said it at the start of the stream, but for the people who weren't there yet, there's going to be just one more stream on this channel for the rest of the week, which is because I'm gone for the rest of the week. I am going to France tomorrow, and it's because I'm casting the in-person Challenger Cup finals on Saturday. That is going to be on this channel, so that should be fun. So hope you guys are going to tune into that on Saturday. As well as I'm going to be attending the French Open on Sunday. So if you are at the French Open, then feel free to come say hi. I will be participating in that one. So just so you know why there's no streams for the rest of the week, except for Saturday, which is going to be a stream from the Master Duel in-person finals in France. So yeah, what we're going to do now, the stream is not going to end here today. I have a little bit of bonus content for you guys, for the people that want to stick around. And I've never done this before, but we have a little bit of a sponsored segment coming up, and we're checking out a new trading card game. I've never had a sponsored segment like this before, because usually when I get approached for it, it's like for some random mobile game that I don't want to promote. But this time around, I was happy to do it because it was a new trading card game that has just come out, and I was like, okay, you know what? I actually dig that. I'm a fan of trading card games in general. It's not just Yu-Gi-Oh, even though you all know me for mainly Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've played a lot of other trading card games in my time, and so I would say I'm generally interested in trading card games. And so the Naruto Mythos trading card game has approached me to check out the game, and it has released, I believe, the 13th of March. So literally this month, it is a new trading card game from 1.5 weeks ago when they launched. And we're going to check it out a little bit. We're going to see what it's all about. We are not just going to open up some packs. We are going to open up some packs, but we also are going to check out how to actually play the game, because that is what I care about the most. When we do this, that was one of the things that made me say yes to this, is also because I wanted to learn how to play the game, not just open up the packs. Because, of course, like, collecting and looking at pretty cardboard is cool and everything, but I also care about the gameplay a lot. So that is something we are going to take a little bit of a look at today. Of course, I don't have an opponent to play against, but we can still take a look at how the game works, look at the rules, and see if it's interesting or not. So that is something that I am looking forward to, and I hope it's going to be some fun. But of course, as with any good trading card game, you can also open some boosters for it. So we are also going to do that and see if we can get lucky and pull something. So, yeah, I've got the stuff right here. These are 2 demo decks that they sent me, as well as a booster box that we can open. The way I want to go about this is, before I open the packs, I want to take a look at the rules of the game, because I like, when I open up packs and I look at cards, I like understanding what's going on, right? I like reading the cards and trying to see if they're any good or not. And of course, we need to understand how the game works before we can do that. So we're going to open this box up in a second, and then we're going to try to build like my first Naruto deck. And then it hopefully is going to be some fun. All right. I will say I haven't watched a lot of anime, but Naruto is one of the few that I actually have watched. So that is also something that's cool about this. So let us jump into the rules for the Naruto Konoha Shido. Konoha Shido is the name of the first expansion. But the name of the trading card game is Naruto Mythos trading card game. And you can use the command !Naruto if you want to know more about it. I'll tell you more about this later. But if you want the links to the rule book, as well as the guide to like how the rarities work and everything, I have a command for that. And I also have a shop link that you can buy yourself some Naruto product, which, by the way, from what I've heard, has been selling out pretty quickly. But there is a separate stock for my community, so people can still pick it up there, which is nice. At the normal price, not not the price that people are maybe demanding for it online because it's out of stock. But it is limited to 2 boxes per order, per account. So no one can go and buy everything, but it should be enough to get people started. But if you guys look at this and you think it's fun, you can check that out later. I suggest that we look at the stuff together first, and then you decide on whether you want to pick some up or not. All right, so I have a very rough understanding on how this works already, because I do not want to go into it completely blind. I do want to give you guys a little bit of an idea of how the game works. So I have already gathered a rough bit of information on how the game works and plays, but I want to look at it in a little bit more detail. All right. So, Naruto Mythos trading card game. In Naruto Mythos TCG, you and your opponent will compete as the Kage of your respective hidden ninja village to see who leads the strongest faction. By the way, I want to apologize beforehand. for some of my pronunciations on Naruto terms and characters, because I have watched German dub, and German dub, I think they pronounce stuff very differently. So please forgive me. I promise I've seen it, but for some of them, I'm just not sure what like the proper pronunciation in English or Japanese would be. Forgive me, all right? It's not on purpose. Delegate which of your ninja soldiers you will send out to complete missions. So this is what I've gathered already. You have different missions that you and your opponent basically fight over that you send your ninjas on, right? That is the first rough idea of that I have. All right, so every game of the Naruto Mythos TCG takes place over exactly 4 rounds. At the end of the 4th round, the player with the most mission points wins the game. Making strategic decisions on which ninjas to send out on each mission is the key to victory, and every round the number of available mission increases, giving both you and your opponent ample opportunities to turn the tides of battle in your own favor. Okay. So, components overview. As far as I know, there is only 2 types of cards as of now. There is characters and there is missions. So you have a main deck of 30 cards, which that's also going to be in the rulebook, but you have a main deck of 30 cards, which is all characters that you send on the missions, and then each player brings a couple of missions to the game that you then send your characters on, right? So character cards are played to assign ninjas to the mission cards currently in play. And a character card has a name, a character version, which means there can be multiple instances of Shikamaru Nara, but they might have a different title. They have a power, they have a chakra cost, they have a keyword, and they have a faction, which is the Leaf Village for Shikamaru. I love Shikamaru, by the way. He just like me for real. Effect and rarity. All right. The ones with the little lightning bolt or arrow are effects that happen when you play the card, as far as I know. And the ones with the little hourglass are continuous effects that always apply. So for example, Shikamaru here, if you have the edge, draw a card, happens when you play it, which is something that we will understand later. And this one down here is other Team 7 characters in this mission have +1 power, which is going to be a continuous effect that applies while the card is on the field. All right, and then we've got mission cards. All mission cards give a reward of a base number of mission points, as well as additional points based on their rank in play. The rank of a mission card is determined by which round it is put into play. For example, the mission that comes into play on the first round is considered the D rank mission. This does make sense if you've seen the anime, which is some cool little bit of flavor, because I do, if I remember correctly, in the anime they also have different rank missions. Like the A missions, I think, are supposed to be like the harder ones, and the B missions are not quite as hard, and C and D, and so I think they have S as well in the show. I'm not entirely sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically the higher the rank of the mission, the harder it is supposed to be, right? So the first mission that comes into play in the first round is the D rank mission. That is going to give you 1 point plus whatever the points at the bottom right are. So for example, if the Shunin exam comes into play in the first round as the D mission, if you win that mission, you would get 3 points, right? Because you get 2 points because that's the value on the card, and then you get 1 additional point because it was the first mission in the game. If it comes into play in the second round as the C mission, then it would grant you 4 points if you win it. If it comes into play as the B mission in round number 3, then it gives you 5 if you win it. And then if it's the A mission, the final mission that comes into play, you get 6 points if you win it. So as far as I understood from my first look at it, you play 4 rounds. Every round there's an additional mission on the table, and you try to win those missions. In the first round, you only play over 1 mission, which is the D mission. In the second round, you play over the D and the C mission. In the third one, you play over the D, the C, and the B. And in the fourth round, all 4 missions are on the table, and you can win 4 different missions, and you try to fight over which one you think is the most important one, and so on and so forth, right? Okay. You have tokens to indicate your chakra and your mission points. I would assume that you usually do this with dice in a game of Naruto. But technically some of the starter decks, I think they come with like little tokens to indicate like how many points you score and how many chakra points you have to spend on your characters, which is the resource in this game to play your cards. Is called chakra points or chakra points. But I would assume that in practice people are just going to use dice to indicate this. And then there's the edge token. You will also find one edge token. Give it to the player who has an edge during missions. More on that later. Okay, good. How to build your first deck. This is going to be relevant for us because I do want to build my own deck today. Your deck must contain at least 30 cards. You can have an unlimited number of character cards with the same name, but only up to 2 copies of a specific version of a character. The version of the character is indicated by the name of the expansion and the numerical code on the bottom of the card. Alternate art variants of the same coded character do not count as a different one. Okay, so they do have alternative artworks in the game. This means you can play, you can include any number of Naruto Uzumaki cards in your deck, but only up to 2 copies of the specific one, the Genin of the Leaf Village in your deck. So you can play as many Shikamaru's as you want, but you can only have 2 of Genin of Team 10, right? Which makes sense, all right? So a playset, technically, is 2 copies of a card, and you only have to have 30 cards to play, all right? Other than your personal deck, each player also chooses 3 different mission cards to potentially be used in the game. These mission cards are not mixed in with your personal deck and are instead shuffled together with the other mission cards chosen by your opponent during game setup. All right, so you basically have 2 separate decks. You have your character cards that you draw from, as well as the mission cards that determine how the game goes, because the missions are going to be like in the middle of the table for your opponent and you to send your characters on. However, there's only 4 missions needed, and you have to bring 3. And if your opponent brings 3, that would be 6. So they need to sort some away, I guess. Setup: randomly determine the first player. That player gains the edge token. Both players shuffle 3 mission cards they choose for this game face down and randomly select 2 of them. The 2 cards from each player are then shuffled together to form the mission deck, comprised of a total of 4 cards. Each player will be left with 1 mission card that will not be used in this game and should be put aside, making sure to keep it face down at all times. Okay, so 1 mission of the 3 that you bring is not going to appear in the game, which means you can never guarantee a certain mission to be in part of the game, right? Because you have to play 3 different missions. I assume you can't sleeve missions. I thought about this too. Because let's say you use different sleeves than your opponent for your missions, and then you shuffle them up. Technically, you will know which mission is going to be the next one. At least you know if it's one of yours or one of theirs. It could still be any of the ones that you brought or any of the ones that your opponent brought. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's intended, or maybe the mission cards are supposed to be like unsleeved or just in clear sleeves, so you can't distinguish. Or maybe you're supposed to shuffle them without looking at them. And there is a segment, I saw this at the end of this document. There is a segment about like player etiquette and how to handle certain things. Maybe that is in there, right? Anyways, both players shuffle their personal deck and draw 5 cards into their hand. Then each player may choose to return all of the cards in their hand to their deck, reshuffle, and redraw 5. Each player can only do this once. Okay, so you have a mulligan, optional. You cannot pick which cards you return. You have to return all 5 if you choose to mulligan. All right, cool. So that is the setup. Seems easy enough. You form a mission deck and you draw 5 cards from your 30-card deck, at least 30 cards. All right. Round phases. All right, start phase, action phase, mission phase, end phase, and then new round. The detailed explanations of each phase within a single round can be found below. The start phase. First, a mission card is drawn from the top of the mission deck and placed face up between the players, added to those already in play if present. Then, each player gains a base of 5 chakra points, plus 1 additional for each character they have in play, including hidden characters. Finally, each player draws 2 cards from their deck into their hand and proceeds to the action phase. Okay, so this means that there is a little bit of a curve for your chakra throughout the game, right? You start with 5 on the first round, but in the second round, you're going to have more than 5 because you play some characters, right? And then if you play more characters on the second round, you're gonna have more chakra on the third round, and so on and so forth, right? It also makes it so that removal is a pretty powerful tool in this game, because by using removal on a character, not only do you get rid of the character, but you also make it so your opponent gets less chakra on the next turn, which is something to keep in mind. Okay, so this is how you start a round. The player with the edge token takes the first turn of this phase. Players take turns playing one character onto a mission on the field. Characters can be played straight from the hand face up or hidden by being placed face down. This part is very interesting, the hidden part. We'll get to that in a second. But essentially what you do is you have a couple of missions on the table in between you and your opponent. And whenever you play a character, you choose a mission that it goes onto, right? And then you compete over those missions to try and win them and over your opponent, right? So basically, in this case, player 2 has a Naruto in hand. If player 2 wants to play the Naruto, they have to play the chakra. They have to pay the chakra cost of the Naruto, and then they decide, does it go on the D mission or does it go onto the C mission, depending on where you think it's more important for it to go. And then in later rounds, once the B mission and the A mission get added, you can choose to play it to those missions as well, right? So you try to strategically place your characters where they are necessary, right? Which it depends which mission you want to win and which ones you don't care about. Okay. And you alternate. There's no like turns necessarily where like you do all your stuff and then your opponent does all their stuff. You play one card each until someone doesn't want to anymore, I think. So a player may also choose to reveal a hidden character that was previously placed face down on a previous turn. See how to play character cards. Okay, that's going to be later. A player who either cannot or does not want to play any more characters can instead choose to pass. The first player to pass on any given round gains or keeps the edge token. Once a player passes, the other player may play successive turns one after the other until they also choose to pass. Remember that the player with the edge token gains the benefits of being the first player on the next round as well as the winner of any ties. Once both players have passed, move on to the mission evaluation phase. Okay, so the way this works, because you always alternate one action at a time, like one character card at a time, you alternate until someone says, I don't want to do anything or I cannot do anything anymore. What happens then is that the other player can basically do whatever they want in this round without the opponent being able to intervene for a moment, right? You're just like, you just say, okay, I'm done, and you're done, right? Your opponent gets to play like their entire hand if they still can afterwards. The benefit of being the first player to pass is that you have this edge token, which means that you go first in the next round, but you also win if there's a tie. Which I believe a tie means if like every mission is evaluated, right? You check who would win the mission, and if there's a tie, you win the mission. Which seems like a big benefit, but at the same time, giving your opponent the window to play as many cards as they want without being able to respond to it seems pretty big too. Dude, that track, I promise, was just randomly in my playlist. I did not plan that. That's funny. Anyways. So it seems like a very interesting aspect of this game to me personally to decide when you're done playing cards, because it opens up a great window of opportunity for the opponent to just like go in without having to worry about you doing anything. At the same time, of course, ideally you would want the edge token to win the ties, right? Which is an interesting thing to consider. All right. Mission evaluation phase. Compare the total power of the characters for each player on each mission, starting with the D rank mission. The player with the most power wins that mission, and if there's a tie, the player with the edge token wins. Once the winner of that mission has been determined, that player activates any score effects that are present on the mission card or their character cards assigned to that mission. You need to have at least one power to win and score a mission. Proceed to do the same with any other mission cards on the battlefield in order of rank. You should be scoring a number of missions equal to the number of the current round. Okay, so this means at the end of the first round, where there's only a D mission in play, you compare who has the stronger characters in the D mission, and whoever has the stronger characters wins the D mission and gains the points. On the second round, there's a D mission and a C mission. You play your cards. Once you're done playing your cards, you compare who has the stronger ninjas in the D mission, who has the stronger ninjas in the C mission. You collect points. You move on to the next round. So with each additional round, you have an additional mission to evaluate and another option on where you play your characters, right? Okay. Good. Understood. Understood. At the end of the turn, the side with the highest power wins the mission, earns mission points, and activates mission effects. All right, we'll look at how that works in practice a little bit later when we look at the actual cards and open some packs, right? Okay, end phase. The current round comes to an end. If this is the end of the fourth round, proceed to compare final scores. Otherwise, both players discard any leftover chakra points and power tokens currently placed on characters, and then a new round begins with a new start phase. All right. How to play character cards. When it's your turn, you must play a character card or pass your turn, no longer participating in the action phase for the rest of the round. You have multiple options for playing cards. You can play a card from your hand face up to a mission, paying its chakra cost, applying its effects. Okay, that's the easiest, most straightforward thing. Or you can play a card from your hand face down to a mission, paying 1 chakra. This character is now hidden. Do not activate its effects. You can reveal and play a hidden character, turning it face up, paying its printed chakra cost, and applying its effects, including ambush effects. Revealing a hidden character is considered to be the same as playing a character in respect to interactions with any other card effects. This is, in my opinion, the most interesting aspect that I have discovered about this game at first glance. Because at first I was worried, if we only have character cards and we all play them face up, that seems relatively straightforward. I do think that this part of the game is the one that adds the most strategic depth to it, because there's so many implications to this that I find quite interesting. So what this means is every character costs the same if you play them hidden, right? You can just play a character face down at any point, which is going to have a huge psychological factor to it, because your opponent never knows what that character is. Obviously, they all cost the same. Your opponent will never know what character that might be, and you can unveil them later, right? And there's a couple of cards with some really powerful effects when they're played from like face down. These effects are usually called ambush effects. That's a keyword that basically only activates if you flip the character face up when it was face down beforehand. Which means that you can basically bluff having any of those as well, right? And that's something for your opponent to consider and play around. Because what if you have a really strong ambush effect face down, but even if you don't have one of those cards in your hand, you can just use anything you don't need right now, place it face down, and your opponent is going to have to second guess, like, what is that? Is that an ambush effect? Is that or is it just a bluff or whatever? So I think this is the aspect of the game that was my that was my favorite when I read over the rules for the first time, because I feel like that has so many strategic implications on how you play the game, and that feels like it adds a lot of skill expression to it. I think that is pretty awesome. But you do have to consider that there's a downside to it as well, because you pay the base cost of 1 chakra to play them face down, and then later you still have to pay the printed chakra cost, right? So playing someone face down and then flipping him up is going to be 1 more expensive than just straight up playing it face up, right? Because you first have to pay 1 to play it face down and then still pay the full cost when you flip it up, right? So yeah. When can you flip up the cards up in terms of timing? At any point when you can also play a character from your hand. It's instead of playing one from your hand, you can flip one face up from that's already hidden, right? So in this phase, when you alternate with your opponent on playing character cards, you either every turn essentially is 1 character card being played either from hand or from face down, right? From hidden. All right. Remember that you can only have 1 character card with the same character name assigned to any given mission on your side of the field. Okay, so this means you cannot send 2 Narutos on mission D, right? Even if it's different Naruto cards, they cannot be on the same mission, which makes sense, right? I mean, you just can't have, they can't exist, simultaneously. Okay. To pay the chakra cost, return chakra tokens of an equal chakra point value. Okay, we know how to pay the cost of a card. You just reduce your chakra by the number. You may check the cost of your hidden characters in private to make sure you have enough chakra points to reveal them. After you play a character face up, activate any main effects on it. After playing a card, your turn ends and it's now your opponent's turn, assuming they have not already passed this round. If your opponent has already passed, you may continue to take other turns until you decide to pass. Okay. So the playing a face-up card is straightforward. You just pick a mission that it should go to and you play the card. Hidden characters, instead of playing a card face up, you can play it face down, and this means the character card is hidden. To play a hidden character, you pay only 1 chakra, no matter what the printed cost of the card is. They have 0 power, 0 cost when they are targeted as a character by other effects. You can also reveal a hidden character on your turn by paying its full printed chakra cost. This is treated as playing a character, so any effects that let you play a character include hidden characters as well. This is treated... okay. So when a card says play a character, ignoring its cost or something, then you can also use that to flip up a hidden character. Interesting. When you play a character from hidden, you apply both the main effect and the ambush effect. Remember that ambush effects are not activated if a character is initially placed face up from hand instead of first being hidden. Remember that you can always play and reveal hidden characters even if they don't have ambush effects. So here's an example of an Orochimaru, which is Orochimaru Undercover, which is a 4-cost, 4-power card, and has an ambush effect, which says, look at a hidden enemy character in this mission. If it costs 3 or less, take control of that character and move it to your side, right? This already, I feel like this is a great example for these cards because it shows how much strategic depth this can add to the game, right? This card is probably a pretty mediocre card if you play it face up, right? If you just play that up, it's a 4-cost, 4-power card with no effects, right? Which is probably, I would assume, not that great. But if you take into account that this could just straight up basically take control of any character your opponent plays as hidden, this is both a very interesting card to bluff around, and it's also something that can potentially punish someone for bluffing with a hidden character, because all of a sudden, well, I've placed the hidden character here just to bluff my opponent, but then my opponent had the Orochimaru and took it. So that is just a basic understanding of what this mechanic adds to the game, which I think is pretty interesting. All right. Playing a hidden card, yeah, simple enough, and then flipping it up for the cost. All right, we understood. Character upgrades. As mentioned before, you cannot assign character cards sharing the same name to the same mission side. However, you can upgrade a character by playing a character card with the same name but with a higher chakra cost, not with the same or lower cost. When doing so, you only need to pay the difference in chakra cost rather than the full cost of the new character card. This is also a very strong concept and a very powerful one. If you've ever played any game that involves resources like mana or whatever, this can allow you to play really powerful cards for a lot cheaper technically, because you are spreading out the cost of this card. As the example down here shows, right? There's a 4-cost Jiraiya and a 5-cost Jiraiya. Let's say on any given turn, you only have 4 chakra points left over, right? So you spent those 4 points to play this Jiraiya, right? The 4-cost Jiraiya. On the next turn, when your chakra fills back up, you now get to play the 5-cost Jiraiya for just 1. Because that is the difference between the old one and the new one, is you're going to upgrade for 1, which lets you play a really powerful card for less, which is cool. When upgrading a card, fully cover the lower cost card and all text on the lower card, as it's no longer referenced during gameplay. Apply the main effects and upgrade effects of the new higher cost card. Upgraded characters count as a single character. If an effect should target them, you need to apply its effect to the entire stack. For example, if you need to defeat an upgraded character, you have to discard all cards of the pile. Upgraded characters retain the status of the previous card. For example, when upgrading a character that has power tokens on them, they transfer to the new character. So basically, you just transform the character into the new version, but it keeps all of the other things, and whatever is under it doesn't matter anymore. The the biggest news of this is that there's upgrade effects as well, which are only activatable when you play this card as an upgrade, right? You can't play that card. If you play this card normally, this 5-cost Jiraiya, it has an effect on play, but it does not get the upgrade effect down here, right? Okay. Understood. Edge token. The first player to pass during the action phase gains or keeps the edge token. The player with the edge token wins every tie during the mission evaluation phase, and they are the starting player for the next round. Okay. Simple enough. I understand it. What I don't understand yet is how important is the edge token, right? Like how functionally I understand what this means. In practice, I'm wondering how massive is it to win all the ties? Because in my head, it seems incredibly scary to basically pass the turn and let your opponent do whatever they want to do without being able to play more characters yourself to counteract whatever they're doing, right? You'd have to be like playing the game a little bit to understand when exactly to do this. Like, when is it worth to give up the rest of your turn to make sure you get the edge token, right? And it's also this kind of like mind game, right? Like when both players want the edge token, the question is like, how quickly do you spend your chakra? How quickly do you end your turn before your opponent does the same thing and gets the edge token, right? It's an interesting aspect of this for sure. Because it also means normally if you've ever played a game with mana or something, usually one of the core like principles of playing these games is you want to be efficient with your resources, right? You want to typically, because all of the chakra that you have gets discarded at the end of the turn, you want to spend all of it in theory, right? You want to be able to play as many of your cards for tempo as possible. You don't want to be left over. You don't want to have leftover chakra, and it goes to waste at the end of your turn, right? However, if let's say your opponent is out of chakra, so you know that on the next action they're going to pass and secure the edge token, and you have like 2 chakra left over, you might just decide to be like, yeah, no, you know what? I want the edge token. I'm gonna let those 2 chakra points go to waste, and secure the edge token, right? Or I'm gonna value the mana, the chakra more, and spend it to play cards, and then you know what I mean? Yeah, just spend chakra with expensive cards and pass. That's the thing, right? You could do this, right? On the first turn of the game, when you have 5 chakra, you could just play a 5-cost character and be done with your turn, right? You can't be faster than that. And that will secure you the edge token, right? But it will also mean that your opponent immediately knows that they can do whatever they want on that turn because you are done, right? And I like this because this, to me, feels like simple rules with big strategic implications, which is my favorite kind of strategy, right? When like this seems simple to get into, right? I'm surely we understood what's going on so far, right? Like, was I able to explain what's going on well? Let me know if there's any questions, but I understood what's going on here, and I still think that there's a lot of strategic depth to it, which I think is interesting. But let me know if anyone is not getting something. Okay. Power tokens. Power tokens are used to keep track of modified power values on character cards. When you need to add power tokens to a card, add chakra tokens from the reserve or any other tokens or dice. Realistic. People are just going to use dice for this. Any power token on a card adds +1 power to that character. At the end of each round, remove any power tokens. Oh, okay. So they reset at the end of a round. So power tokens are only temporary buff. Okay, understood. The main way to add power tokens is the power-up effect. All right. Effects. Card effects are applied according to the timing indicated, as well as in order from top to bottom. All instant effects are considered optional unless stated otherwise within the text. All continuous effects are always active. All right, understood. Be careful. Some upgrade effects modify parts of other effects. For example, if there's only one non-hidden enemy character in this mission, hide them. Upgrade, instead defeat them. Okay, understood. All right, so if you upgrade, they get more powerful. Understood. Okay. Winning the game. At the end of the 4th round, the player with the most mission points wins. In case of a tie, the player in control of the edge token at the end of the game is the winner. Okay, that makes it even more important to gain the edge token at the last round, right? In the last round, if you are the first player to pass and say, I'm done, you win in the case of a tie. Okay. All right. Here's the segment that I meant, play etiquette. You can always look at your own hidden characters. You should always be clear about the order of played cards, especially hidden cards. Please do not move them around during play and help the opponent if they ask about the playing order. Okay. All right. So that is the rules. That is the rules. Let me know if there's any questions to this, but I understood what's going on here. So I did get demo decks to showcase, which is all they're already following the rules of two characters or two copies of each card, but they have multiple copies of some of the characters. Like for example, this one has two different Itachis. And we're going to take a closer look at these cards in a second. And by closer look, I mean actually closer look. All right. So this right here, what they gave me was, I think this deck is mostly Itachi and Akatsuki, but there's also some other antagonists in here. Let's say it like that. They also hooked me up with this playmat. I didn't even say anything about it. This is awesome. Good stuff. Love that one. So yeah. So this one has one. I noticed one thing when I was looking at these cards. Can you play a card face down and another one from your hand, or do you have to pass after playing a card face down? That is two separate actions. If you play a card face up, then it's your opponent's turn. They play a card, and then you can play a card face down. So this Itachi says, if there's a Sasuke Uchiha in this mission, you can play this character while hidden, paying 3 less. Which makes it 0, because it's got a base cost of 3. Well, technically not 0, because you have to hide it first, which means it costs 1, right? So, but you get to play a 3 power for 1, basically, if you have a Sasuke in there. But it even gets better. I saw this one too. This one a little bit later when I was looking through the card. This card says, 5 cost, 5 power, main, look at your opponent's hand. Upgrade, main effect, in addition, choose a card in the opponent's hand and discard it. Do you guys see the combo potential between these two cards? I'll let you know the potential here is crazy, right? You played this one in a mission where there's a Sasuke, right? You hide it for 1, right? You hide it for 1, then you play it for free, or you unhide it for free, or flip it up. I don't know what the term is. So you've paid 1 for this Itachi, right? However, it's a 3 cost card, so the upgrade towards this Itachi will cost you only 2. And then you have basically, in total, you've spent 3 chakra points on this. You've spent 3 chakra points on this, but you have a 5 power, look at your opponent's hand and discard a card. That feels good to me. That feels like a powerful combo to me to start off this deck, right? But there's a couple of other cool cards in here. We got a Kabuto, a Kimimaru, Sakon. I thought he was so creepy when I was a kid. When I watched Naruto as a kid, I thought he was so creepy. And they also have the Orochimaru that was in the booklet, and they do have a Sasuke in here that only costs 2. Right? This one only costs 2, and it has 4 power. But it does say, focus. If this character loses 1 power for every other non-hidden friendly character. So it's like one of those cards that's very cheap to play, very powerful, but gets weak, has a drawback because of it, basically, right? So, yeah. And then, of course, any deck is going to need some mission cards, right? They included 4 in this demo deck, but you would only pick 3 for when you build your deck yourself. But of course, you would have 4 mission cards in every game because you pick 2 from each player, right? So an example for a mission card, for example, would be this, right? This mission is called Assassination. All the missions are printed sideways. That's how you can tell them apart. This mission is worth 1 point, which means, have we all paid attention? How many points do you get if you win this mission if it's the first mission in the game? This is relevant for the test. You get 2 points, correct? Because it's the D mission, which means you get the 1 printed on it, plus the 1 because it's the D mission. And if it's the C mission, you get 3. If it's the B mission, you would get 4 total. And if it's the A mission, you would get 5. And this card says, score, defeat an enemy hidden character in play. So if you win this mission, you get a bonus effect of defeating a hidden character in play. So if this mission is in play, right, and your opponent has a hidden character, you might want to spend more like resources to win this mission over another one because you would get the bonus effect, right? You see where this is going. And then another example is I have to go. We do have some nice little foiling on these missions I'm noticing right now. I think all the missions come in foil as well. I have to go gives you 2 points as base value, and it says score, move a friendly hidden character in play. Move, I think, is also a very cool ability for this game, because if you've paid attention to the rules that we just read through, once you've played a character to a mission, you cannot just move them to another one without any card effects. Like once you've committed a character to a mission, it stays there, right? It's gonna stay there to try and win that mission for you. And you cannot just decide, oh, hey, this mission is lost now. My opponent has more power than me. I'm just gonna move them somewhere else. That is something you need specific cards for, right? And this card lets you do that, for example, right? We have Find the Traitor, which says when you score, your opponent discards a card, which I think they get to choose which one. And then we have Chakra Training, which is different. This one does not have a score effect. It instead has a continuous effect, which gives both players +1 chakra at the start of the turn, right? So there's all kinds of bonus effects with the missions, but at the end of the day, you're trying to score points. You're trying to win the important missions based on your strategy, and you're trying to play cards that are effective at it. All right, so with that, I think we have a pretty good understanding of how the game is supposed to play out. Also, they gave me another demo deck that is centered around Zabuza. I love Zabuza. The whole Zabuza, Haku arc, I thought it was peak. So I will talk about some of my favorite characters in a bit. I have a couple of stories to tell for some of the cards that I'm hoping to pull. I do not know exactly all the kinds of cards that are in here. It's going to be a surprise for me as well. But I do have a couple of favorites that I'm looking to pull. And I'm also looking to basically, I'm just trying to discover some synergies with my, of course, very rudimentary understanding of how the game works. But I think this is going to be the fun part of this, is opening up cards and trying to figure out whether the cards are good or not. That's why I wanted to look at the rules of the game first, because I think that's going to make opening up the packs more fun, because then we can try to like guess which cards are cool, which cards are good, which cards do I want to put into a deck, and so on and so forth, right? That's why we did this first. So we are going to get to opening in just a second. However, one quick thing, I promise we're going to open a couple of packs in a second. In order to not just rip packs and now have no idea if what I'm pulling is good or not, there also is a collection guide for the Naruto Mythos TCG that you can also find if you use the command !Naruto if you're interested. If you end up picking up some packs and you want to know if what you pull is rare or not, then they also got a guide for this one. And we're going to take a quick look at that to understand what we are opening, all right? So, the booster pack collection of Naruto Mythos trading card game Konoha Shido consists of 151 cards divided into different rarity categories and types that enrich both gameplay and collecting. The cards are divided as follows. You have 55 common cards and 48 uncommon cards, available in normal, full art, and holographic variants. Each booster pack contains 4 commons, 3 uncommons, and 1 holographic card that can be a common, an uncommon, or a rare alt art. You have 27 rares, holographic cards that are powerful and visually appealing, often combining to form a single illustration when placed side by side. Ooh! Often combining to form a single illustration when placed side by side. You'll find one in every pack. Ooh, we're going to look out for that. We're going to try to see if we get any matching ones that go together. Okay. Then we have the rare arts, which are also 27, because all of the rare cards also come as an alternate art, which is variants of the rare cards feature micro engravings. They share the same numbering as their corresponding rare cards, but with an A suffix after the fraction. For example, 104 out of 130 A. Each booster pack contains either one rare art or one common holo or uncommon holo. Okay. Secret, 10 plus 4. Numbered beyond the main collection, 131 to 140, you'll find one in every 10 packs. There are 4 ultra rare numbered secret variants limited to 75 individually numbered copies each. Okay, now we're talking the stuff that would be really exciting if we pull it. They do have serialized cards in this game. 4 of the secret rares also have serialized versions. I don't know which ones. I do not know which ones, but it's something we are going to be on the lookout for. If we find one of these, that'd be crazy. Because there's only 75 of those 4 each, right? Mission. 10. Widescreen oriented cards with their own independent progressive numbering, 1 to 10. You'll find one in every pack. Okay, so every pack is going to have one of the 10 missions in the game. So the missions are going to be very easy to come by in the beginning, right? There's only 10 different ones, and you find one in every pack. So the basically needing 3 missions to build your deck is going to be very easy. And then legendary. Limited edition card numbered like a work of art. N out of 2,000. For example, 1 out of 2,000. You'll find one every 800 packs. We have pictures for this. All right, we have pictures for this. Card types. The collection includes common cards, uncommon cards, rare art cards, secret rare cards, mythos cards, and the golden Naruto, and the mission cards. The golden Naruto is it's made with actual gold, if I understood this correctly. And there's only 2,000 of them. And unironically, as sick as this would be, 1 out of 800 packs is incredibly rare. But it also doesn't feel like completely impossible, right? Like surely we could, if we get a little bit lucky, we could get the Naruto, the one with the. It looks crazy. I would lose my mind, dude. You guys are gonna call it scripted if we pull that. I'm not gonna lie, but I would still love it. Yeah. Okay. So you've got common, uncommons, rares, some alt arts, but just not. So we have an understanding of how the rarities work. Okay. Secret rares look cool in this game. The secret rares look really awesome, and we are basically guaranteed to get 2 secret rares because you get 1 every 10 packs. So that's awesome. That is also probably what I want to build my deck around. I haven't decided what deck I want to build. I just want to make it dependent on the kind of characters we pull. So we're going to see what happens exactly. We're just going to decide what the coolest cards we pull are and try to build a deck around it. But of course, the real chase cards in this set are the golden Naruto, as well as the 475 serialized secret rares. Oh yeah, okay. That is the basic understanding of how this product works, right? And so the plan is now to rip open some packs. Let's get closer in here. This is what a box looks like of the Konoha Shido trading card game. You get 24 packs per box, right? And it does say, find the 10 gold secret cards and the 4 limited edition secret variant cards. All right, let's go. Let me open this up. And then we'll see what we are going to build. And if we get really lucky, I suppose we could even pull one of the serialized or one of the gold cards. All right. It is sealed. Hold up. I don't have scissors. Are you a Naruto guy or Sasuke? I am a Naruto guy. There's other characters I like more, which I guess means a little bit of a story time of what kind of cards I want to pull. I like Shikamaru a lot, but I also feels like that's a very cold take. I feel like everyone loves Shikamaru. I've never met someone who doesn't. One character that I have that I like that I don't know if a lot of people like, and I have a very weird reason for it, is Kankuro, because when I was a kid, we used to play a game on the GameCube that was like a Naruto fighting game. I forget its name. I still have it. And I sometimes play it for nostalgia reasons. but I loved Kankuro in that game. Because he felt very skillful to play because you were controlling the puppet, which I thought was cool. I was never very good at it. It was very hard. But the controlling the puppet always felt really cool to me. So yeah, that's that. I also like Kakashi a lot, but everyone loves Kakashi, right? All right. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Hey, we pulled the card from it's him from the tutorial. Shikamaru, 1 cost, 0 power. If you have the edge, draw a card. Ooh, that's another reason to have the edge, I guess. You get to play a really cheap card that draws you a card. All right. Here we go. It's not fully focused, so you guys can't read. Let me focus that. Okay. Dosu, hated that guy. Look at a hidden character in play, and if it's ambush, you even get to defeat a hidden character in play. All right, some counterplay to some hidden characters. Not bad. We have a Neji Hyuga. Main, remove up to 2 power tokens from an enemy character. All right, he removes buffs. That makes sense if you've seen the show. That ability makes a lot of sense if you've seen the show. That's cool. Hakun! Ooh, 1 cost, 1 power, but if you score, you move the character. That's an interesting ability. I wonder if that's a good card. Because what that means, because you score each mission at a time, right? If you put him in the leftmost mission and you win that mission, you can move him to the next mission and then he scores there for you too, right? So you basically, he moves during the scoring process and makes every, it buffs every mission, right? It's cool. All right. Pakun. Pakun is a staple? Really? Do you just say that because you like Pakun, or did you actually already look at the meta? All right, we have Anko Mitarashi. Defeat a hidden enemy character in play. Ambush. All right, that is a good punish for ambush, for hidden characters, I suppose. Ooh, we got Zabuza. And here we can already see this is a non-holo version of the holo version that is in the demo decks. So just so you get a side-by-side comparison of what, like a slight upgrade. This is the same card functionally, right? It's both Zabuza, Water, Prison Jutsu, but you do have the basic version as well as the little bit of a fancier holo version. All right. That is the same Anko. All right, you can pull the same uncommon twice in the same pack. Wait, no, it looks different. Slightly different artwork. Okay. It's the same card though, same effect, just alternate art. Okay. That is the mission for our first pack. That's find the trader. Oh, there's stuff here. Jiraiya. Jiraiya is our regular rare here. As you can see down at the left corner, it is a rare. Summoning Jutsu. 6 cost, main, play a summon character anywhere, paying 3 less, or an upgrade, move any enemy character from this mission. Ooh, okay. Sweet. And we have a holo version of an uncommon Kisame Hoshigaki. All right. Cool. I thought that was gold for a second. What throws me off a little bit, I'll put the missions aside, but since every pack has holos in it, so I also did get a little bit excited because I saw the golden on the mission, but it wasn't. But yeah. How many percentage gold? I mean, there is only 2,000 of them, so I would imagine we would have to get very lucky to pull it. All right, we have a Naruto. We pulled him. We pulled the guy. All right, let's focus in on that. Move this character from this mission. Ooh, it's an ambush effect, so you can basically put him down and then move him wherever you want. All right. Substitution jutsu makes sense. We have a Kabuto. Ooh, I like Azuma. I like Azuma. Move another Team 10 character from this mission. This is cool because I would assume that they can make different archetypes around like the themes in the show, right? Where you can build like a Team 7 deck or a Team 10 deck. I think that's awesome. All right. Tauntaun. Wait, this card costs 0. This card is free. 0 cost, 0 power. If there's a Tsunade or Shizune in this mission, this character has +1 power. That seems like a good card. Tauntaun is tier 1. You just say that because these cards are cute. You said the same thing about Pakun. Oh, we got Might Guy. Might Guy says, upgrade power up 3. This character doesn't lose power tokens. Oh, okay. You can put your buffs on it and it won't lose it. All right. Yashamaru. Sacrificial mission. I know what that's about. All right. Defeat this character. If you do, defeat another character in this mission. Oh, okay. I see. I see. That makes sense. We have another Shikamaru Shadow Possession Jutsu. Ambush. Move an enemy character played during the opponent's previous turn. Ooh, that's also very flavorful, right? Being able to move your opponent's cards with Shikamaru. That's cool. I thought it was gold again. Jesus. Okay, we have the mission Bring It Back. As well as another rare Kimimaru. Earth Curse Mark. At the end of the round, you must defeat this character if you have no cards in hand. Upgrade, discard a card to defeat a character in play with cost 5 or less. Ooh, that's powerful removal. That card is strong. 8 power? But you gotta have some cards in hand, otherwise you're gonna lose it. Okay. And we have a Jiraiya Uncommon Hollow. Alright. This is the same one we already pulled. Haku! I like Haku. Draw 1 card. If you do that, you must put 1 card from the hand on top of your deck. All right, a little bit of an extra mulligan. Kabuto. We have Iruka. Move a Naruto Uzumaki character in play. All right, sweet. Some synergies. Kintsuchi. The opponent draws a card. Oh, I see. It's a 1 cost 3 power, which is pretty strong, but it does give the opponent a card for it. Not sure if that's going to be worth it. Shizune to go with the Tauntaun. 3 cost 2 power. Move an enemy character with power 3 or less in play. Upgrade. Gain 2 chakra. Ooh, gain 2 chakra? I like that card. You have Ukon. You can play this character as an upgrade over any Sound Village character. Oh, okay. I see. Another Sakon. Copy an instant effect of another friendly Sound 4 character in play as an ambush effect. Ooh, that has some powerful implications if there's good cards to copy. Another mission. This is the Shunin exam again. Once again, the missions we're going to have multiple of because there's only 10 different ones. And we have a rare Itachi Amaterasu. That looks good. That is a good looking card. Every enemy character in this mission has -1 power. Upgrade, move a friendly character in play. Good looking card. Ooh, wait, that's a... Ah, that is the first textured card. Can you guys see that? You guys see the texture on the foiling? Yeah. With the 9-tailed fox, you better be grateful to me. That is a rare, and I think that is an alternate art of the rare. I'm not sure how many of those you pull per box, but we're going to see that later, I guess. I'm going to put that aside. Ooh, I didn't like him. I didn't like Baki. Score, draw a card is cool, though. Draws cards, I love him. Seems pretty weak though, right? Because it's a 3 cost for only 2 power. It draws a card when you score, but it also is going to be less likely that you score because you spent 3 chakra for a 2 power card, right? All right, we have Hayate Gecko. He's cool. If this character would be defeated, hide it instead. Oh, you can't get rid of him. I guess that's cool, but at the same time, it also means you're going to have to pay 3 every time to replay it, essentially, once it's hidden, which means that your opponent is just not going to defeat it, I suppose. Or, yeah. Might Guy. Other Team Guy characters in this mission have +1 power. That's funny. That's a funny artwork, too. Oh, I haven't paid attention to the rare cards making an image. We're going to have to check that out later. Right, there's your Might Guy. There's your Jirobo. He's got power up X. X is the number of missions where you have at least 1 friendly Sound 4 character. Ooh, that could potentially be really powerful in the later rounds. Imagine it's round 4. There's already 4 missions in play. You play a Sound 4 deck, and you have them in all missions. That's a 2 cost 6 power in the last round. Pretty good. Maybe. We have seen this Jiraiya before. We have Tayuya. Ambush, power up to a friendly sound character. We're pulling a lot of Sound Village so far. I wonder if that's a powerful archetype in the first set. We have transformed Jirobo, the Earth-style barrier, Earth Dome Prison. Like I said, lots of Sound Village. Another thingy, and there he is, my man's Hankuro, secret black move, Iron Maiden. Let's go. Upgrade, move any character in play. Main, defeat an enemy character with power 3 or less in this mission. Ooh, it's a cool removal card. Nice. I want to have him in my deck. Ooh, we have Tsunade's slug, Katsuyu. If there's a friendly Tsunade in play, power up 2. At the end of the round, you must return this character to your hand. Oh, I see. I was wondering, 3 cost for 5 seems pretty strong, but it does return to your hand at the end of the turn. Okay. I'll put that Conqueror somewhere because I want to build a deck around it. Maybe, depending on what else we pull. Okay, this one could go well with our Conqueror because it's Gara, Sand Shield. If this character would be moved or defeated by enemy effects, instead hide it. That's also very flavorful. You can play this character while hidden, paying 2 less. I think... Wait, you can play this character while hidden, paying 2 less? This means it's a 2 cost for 3 power, right? Because you just hide it for 1, and then play it for 1. Okay, I guess it's slower because it's a 2-step process, but that seems decent. And also, if your opponent tries to remove it, you just hide it. That's decent. I'm noticing this for the first time right now. A lot of these cards have great flavor if you've seen the show, right? Like you have like Gara, who protects itself when the opponent is trying to remove it from the field. You have the other, like a lot of it is about like Kankuro is moving other stuff around because he controls the puppet. Itachi Orochimaru is taking control of other characters, stuff like that. You know, it's flavorful. I like that. We have Anko here. Neji again removes the power. Oh, also this one, removing power from the enemies, is cool flavor. We have Tenten. You can play this character only in a mission where you are currently winning. Okay, it's the win more card. It's a 1 cost 2 power, and you can only play it when you are ahead. All right. Sakura, chakra prowess, main chakra +1. Ooh, permanently upgrade, draw a card. If you do so, you must discard a card. That seems like a good card to me. It costs you 3, but if you play it in like the early turns, it's going to give you extra chakra every future round. That seems decent. That seems decent. Rage Ogres. Ooh, those are the ones that Tayuya summons. Okay, I'm noticing that this trait down here, the keyword for all the stuff that gets summoned by jutsus, if you would focus, thank you. They have the type summon. Like the slug from Tsunade also had summon. I assume that that's something that like matters for some card effects. If you have a Sound 4 character in this mission, steal a chakra from the opponent. Oh. Dude, these Sound Village cards, there's a couple of really powerful ones there. I don't necessarily want to build a Sound Village deck because not the biggest Sound Village fan. I'd rather build a Kankuro deck. But there's a lot of Sound Village cards in this one. Speaking of, we have a Kabuto, which is our uncommon with a little bit of a fancy background. Power up 1. All right. We have the mission Rescue a Friend. And we have Kakashi as our rare. Main, discard the top card of an upgraded enemy character. Upgrade effect, copy any non-upgrade instant effect. Oh, that is also so flavorful. Of course he copies. Of course he copies. That's awesome. All right. I love him. Expansion Jutsu. 2 cost, 1 power, but has power up 3. Nice. I'm having fun opening these because it just makes me remember all the stuff from the show, and a lot of their effects like they make sense if you've seen the show. I think that's fun. I think that's fun. All right, we have Zaku from the Sound Village, which gives your opponent chakra. Rock Lee! Ambush power up 1. All right, you can either play a 2 cost 3 power or you can play a 3 cost 4 power, I guess, if you want to. That's cool. Hinata. Remove up to 2 power tokens from an enemy character in play. That is the same effect of Neji, I think. Which, I mean, makes sense, I guess. They both have the Byakugan. We've pulled Anko before. Here's our first Sasuke. Look at the opponent's hand as an ambush effect. Upgrade ambush effect. In addition, discard a card. If you do so, choose an opponent's card and discard it. Upgrade ambush. Wait, how do you upgrade ambush? Does that mean you have a face-up Sasuke? And then you play this one face down and then upgrade it? I'm not sure how that works. Guess you'd have to find out. We have Rashomon. We have another Zabuza. This card looks awesome. I like this card. I like Zabuza though, so it's not really a surprise that I like it. Set a trap. We have Shikamaru as our rare. Dude, we're on a roll. We pulled Kankuro. We pulled Kakashi, and now Shikamaru. All the ones I wanted. All right, this is 6 cost, 5 power. Shadow Strangle Jutsu. The opponent cannot play characters while hidden in this mission. Ooh, they can't reveal their face downs. That's a big punish. And if you upgrade it, you hide an enemy character with power 3 or less. Oh! So you hide a character, which is basically a form of removal, because you flip it face down, and they can't flip it back up. Okay. Oh. That's our first secret rare. And it's a good-looking one. Look, I don't know which ones they have, but I'm happy with this one. That looks awesome. Not gold. No, this is not. No, this is not the golden Naruto. No. This is a secret rare. This is a secret rare. I am gonna sleeve it. Yes, I have some sleeves. Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering, this game uses the standard size for the sleeves. So the slightly bigger ones of the 2 that are possible. Wow, that is a good looking card. All right, what does it do? It makes me want to build a deck around it. I mean, maybe I hope it goes with the Kankuro that we just pulled. Main. Defeat an enemy character with cost less than the number of friendly hidden characters in play. Upgrade main effect. In addition, hide one other enemy character with same name and cost less than the defeated character. Oh, so I mean, it makes a lot of sense that Sand Boreal Gara has removal effects, right? So that's cool. Gonna put that somewhere. Ooh. Now we are expected to get 2 secret rares in a box, I think. Which is cool. So that is our first one. All right, I'm gonna start going through the commons and uncommons a little bit faster. Because I think it's likely we've seen a bunch of them already, even though not this one, Shino, we haven't seen yet. I thought he was cool when I was a kid. I thought he had aura, but I still didn't like him because of all the insects. But he was kind of cool. Asuma again. Gamakiji. Nice. Another Kakashi Sharingan. Copy a non-upgrade instant effect of an enemy character with a cost 4 or less in play. Upgrade instead, there's no cost limit. Ooh. That's a cool card. Cool card. Dosu Raza, the 4th Kazekage. We have Chakra Training again. We have Tamari. Maybe that goes well with our Gara and Kankuro as well. Main, move any friendly character in play. Upgrade, move any character in play. Ooh, all about moving. I guess with the wind, maybe, is why they did that. And we have a 10-10. This is a holo version of the regular one that we've pulled earlier, right? We have pulled this 10-10. Just once again, let me showcase the difference real quick. So this is a common card. This is the full art version of the common card, and this is the full art holo version of the common card, right? So you've got multiple versions of each of the cards, which is cool. So you can basically customize your deck as much as you want. All right. Imimaru. Iba. We have the non-holo version of that Shoei. Non-holo version of the Katsuyu. This is a different Shoei. Good. Focus! Thank you. Zaku. Tamari. Again, a different one. Move another friendly Sand Village character, or move this character if you upgrade. We have Call for Support. We have an Ino rare. They are, in general, I think they are pretty cards. And we have Kidomaru, another Sound Village card. I feel like this box really wants me to build a Sound Village deck. But I'm not going to. I'll build, if anything, I'll build a Sand Village deck with what we've pulled. I mean, we've pulled, our secret rare was from Sand Village. So. Another Kakashi. Other Team 7 characters have +1 power. Naruto. Oh, wait, that's a... Oh, he's got no effect. That's why he's got extended art. I was like, why does his artwork go across the thing? It's because he's a vanilla. That's cool. Yashimaru. There's the Itachi that was in the demo deck. Urania. Manda, summon again. The Kakashi again. Rescue a friend. A rare Kimimaru. And a uncommon foil Kabuto. We have the substitute Naruto again. Pakun again. Isame. I think that's the first Tsunade we've pulled. I think. Another Kisame. A full art version of that Sakura that we pulled earlier already. Cool. Set a trap. We have a rare Chili Pepper Pill. Discard a card from your hand. Power up X, where X is the cost of the discarded card. Repeat the main effect. Ooh, that can get very powerful. But keep in mind, power up is only temporary. You lose the power ups at the end of the turn. So use wisely, I guess. Ooh, okay. That is our second secret rare. And it is a Sakura card. The Leaf Medical Corpse. Main, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Play one character anywhere and discard the other cards. Wait, what? Upgrade main effect. Instead, play the card paying 4 less. Wait, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck and you get to play any of them for free? Nah, that's gotta be crazy. You still pay? Oh, it's not for free. Okay. It would have to specify you'd have to... Okay. That makes it less crazy. That's why the Oh, I see. Okay, that's why the upgrade effect is on here. Because if you upgrade it, it'll cost you a lot less. Right? Because if you upgrade it, it's free, right? Because it says pay 4 less, which would technically make it cost 1. But since you already only have to pay the difference, usually it's not going to cost you the full 5, right? How do I upgrade? I didn't listen. You would upgrade. Let me sleeve it. I'll show you. Upgrade is basically you would need another Sakura in play already. This one, for example. You need a cheaper version of Sakura in play already. Then you can pay the difference and put it on top, right? The only question that I have is this Sakura costs 3, right? This one costs 5. So the difference is 2. I would have to pay 2 to upgrade this. But this says if I upgrade it, I pay 4 less. Does that mean it's 0 or 1? To my understanding, if you upgrade, this card is free. Oh, nah, I'm stupid. Yes. You pay 4 less for the card that you reveal. Now I got it. All right, thank you. Yes, reading. Okay. You still pay the upgrade cost for the Sakura. You pay less for the card that you reveal with it. Okay. All right, gamers. Which of the 2 secret rares is cooler? Which one you think is cooler? They look very good. The secrets look very good. I like the background on the Gara more. The Gara has more going on there, I think. But they do look sick. I like that. I like the gold things that are going on there. Okay. Shizune, Isame, Jirobo, another Kankuro for our Sand Village deck. All right. Chakra Threads. Come on, focus on the effect. If there's at least one non-hidden enemy character in this mission, you gain a chakra. That's permanent. That's not just on summon or on play. Cool. More Kabuto. More Itachi. This is the one that discards from the opponent's hand. That seems powerful to me. Shizune. Chakra Training. Rare Jiraiya. As well as a Zaku uncommon foil. Okay. Shizune rules. In general, I'm noticing the theme of the first set. It seems to be a lot of characters, mainly from the classic Naruto, like the first, how many is it? Like 200 something episodes? A lot of the characters, I think, are from that. I would assume that they're saving some other characters for future sets. We have Tamari, Iruka. The artwork of the Sakura might be from Shippuden, yes, but it's still a character that's from the early stages. Right? I haven't seen a character that I think is not from the classic, right? I think. If you've spotted one, then let me know. Ooh, that's a cool looking Haku card. Kabuto. Call for support. And Sakon. Okay, we have our second textured alt art rare, and that is a Rock Lee. I will make you proud, Sensei. Dude, I always thought he was so goofy, but it was always impossible not to like him, I feel like. But yeah, that is texture. You can feel it too. I don't know if you I don't know how well it comes across in the camera, but you feel the background on these cards. Second copy of that Shikamaru again. Keep in mind, a playset is technically 2 copies, right? So you don't need that many of each of these cards, right? Like if you like any card, all you need is 2 copies to play it at full capacity. Ooh, this Sabuza is a 3 cost, 5 power, no effect. Wonder if that's good. We have a Sasuke again. Giant Spider. Iba. Assassination. Kiba as a rare here, which is 6 cost, 6 power. That's pretty big. Hide a friendly Akamaru character. If you do, hide another character in this mission. Upgrade, main instead, defeat both of them. Oh, you gotta defeat your own Akamaru? I guess that makes sense. But it is sad. I don't want to do that. Oh, there's Akamaru! Man Beast clone. Okay, well, that's cool. We pulled Kiba and Akamaru in the same pack. That makes sense. 2 cost, 3 power. At the end of the round, you may return this card to your hand. Power up to a friendly Kiba. Ah, okay. So you power up Kiba, which is a temporary buff, and then this goes back to your hand, and then you can do it again. Okay. Save the rares in a pile to make a picture. I will do that later. We'll look at the artworks closer, yes. I've put them in one pile now, but we'll figure out which ones the rares are. They're all hollow. It's not going to take long to find them. All right, this one's new. Ninja Hound Corpse. Anko. A different Sakura, which says if there's another Team 7 in this mission, draw a card. I like that. Also, this is something that you also have to keep in mind. If there's like cheap versions of these cards, right, they have additional implications because they let you upgrade into like the really powerful ones, right? So like even if this card isn't the greatest card in the world, you could still end up playing it because you want to upgrade into this one, right? So that has additional benefits going on. Upgrading feels meta. I mean, this upgrade effect on this Sakura feels very strong, I would say. Another 10-10. Raza again. I have to go. And we have the second rare Ino, I think. That makes a playset for this one, I guess. And we have Alt Art Hinata. That looks cool. It is a different effect than the one we pulled previously. What if you deck out if that's possible? I would assume that decking out is not possible because you only play 4 rounds and you start with 5 cards in hand and you draw 2 cards per round. So you would have to draw like 20 additional cards, which maybe it's possible at some point. But maybe it doesn't say anything about it in the rulebook, so I would assume it's probably not possible. Even if it is possible, maybe it's just not a thing. Like maybe you just like don't draw any more cards. If you've managed to draw your entire deck, then congratulations. Right? Alright. Gamabunta. Chief Toad. Ino. Zarutobi. We have Gara Sandshield again. Another Rock Lee. Primary Lotus. Baki. The Sasuke again as a full art. Protect the leader. Wait, that's new. We haven't pulled that one yet. Characters with 4 or more power in this mission have +1 power. See, this is a great example of a card, of a mission that you would choose if it makes sense in your deck, right? Like if your deck has a lot of 4 power characters, you would choose this mission, and it would benefit you over your opponent if they don't have a deck that's built around it, right? We have a rare Shino, and we have a alt art or holo Kimimaru. We have Genma, like Genma. Ino, the Sakura again that draws you a card. Ninja Hound Corpse again. Ino. Rashomon. Tsunade that we've pulled earlier already, but with a slightly different artwork, I believe. Then we have Find the Trader. One Tail. Oh, that was a sick fight too. One Tail. I hope you're ready to die. 7 cost, 10 power. Cannot be hidden or defeated by enemy effects. Oh god. Upgrade. Choose a mission and defeat all hidden enemy characters assigned to it. Uh-oh. Wait, but upgrade implies that you need another One Tail, right? We haven't pulled another One Tail yet. Yeah, it's a Towers. And we have another textured Sakon. All right. Don't you mess with me. That is once again a textured alt art rare. Cool. We've pulled 3 of those already. We've pulled a 9-tailed fox, a Rock Lee, and a Sakon. I wonder how many of those you get per box. Oh, not Ibisu, dude. Here's the Sasuke. 2 cost for power. Jiraiya, Toad Sage. Wait, it's me, the Toad Sage. It says play a summon character anywhere, paying 1 less. Okay. Gamabunta, another Shikamaru. Focus is not perfect. Ayuya again. 10-10. Bring it back. Rare Tamari. This is the second one of those. We need those for our Sand Village deck. Nice. And Yashamaru. This could go well in the deck as well, because it says this character has +2 power if there's a friendly Gara in this mission, which would make it a 1 cost, 3 power, which seems not bad. Right, 10-10. Naruto. Sarutobi. Ooh, another Gara. That one looks sick. It's just a common though, but that looks nice. For a common? Power up X, where X is the number of friendly hidden characters in this mission. Iba. Sakon. Neji. I have to go. There's a One Tail again. Second time we pulled that one. And we have Ninja Hound Corpse as a holo. Okay. Urania Yuhi. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Another Kankuro. I believe we've pulled that one already. Chakra Threads, yeah. Hirobo. Ino Aburame. Protect the leader. That is the 3rd Tamari. Can't play all 3 of those. We need to only play 2. Ooh! Nah, dude, it's streamer luck. I'm sure it's streamer luck. This is the 4th textured rare, and we get Conqueror. We'll have a puppet show. Upgrade. Move any character in play. Main. Defeat an enemy character with power 3 or less in this mission. Which is... Wait. That is the same effect. Okay. I see. Okay. So this... I was confused for a second. And I guess this is good that we pulled this to showcase this. So the bottom Conqueror we just pulled says Conqueror will have a puppet show. This one says Conqueror's secret black move Iron Maiden. But I was confused because they have the same effect. And you can see down here, they are both number 119. So they are considered, when you build a deck, they are considered the same card. But they have a different catchphrase or a different like name. So this is number 119A, but it is the same card functionally, right? It's the same card functionally, so we do have a playset of this now. It's just one looks different. Okay, good. Ooh, Akamaru, Ninja Hound. If there isn't a Kiba in this mission at the end of the round, you must return this character to your hand. All right, cool. It seems fun to build like a deck around some of these synergies between the characters from the show, because they're like a lot of them are meant to work together. This is also why I'm happy that like I've actually seen the show right now, and I'm not just doing this, you know, because I actually have seen this. All right, Fury of the Rasengan for Naruto here. Hide an enemy character with power 3 or less in this mission. Hiding is an interesting mechanic for this because it's basically removal, because a hidden character is considered like not part of the, like it doesn't contribute to the mission and the effects are not there. But technically it's not gone forever, right? All it does is it forces your opponent to pay the cost again, right? So it's more like a tempo swing rather than actual card advantage, right? But that's interesting still, right? And then we have the holo version of that Tsunade. So far, I think there's a couple of different themes that you could build a deck around, right? I've seen a lot of Team 7 cards, speaking of. I've seen a lot of Sound Village. I've seen a lot of Sand Village. But there's also, like, there's Haku and Zabuza stuff. If you have the edge, this character has +2 power. And there's also a bunch of... ooh, this card is cool. We have... it's in a demo deck already, but it looks cool. Iba. Imimaru. Manda. Find the Trader. We have a rare Neji. I was never a fan of Neji. He was cool. He was also really cool in that GameCube game that I mentioned earlier. But in the show, I never liked him because he was mean. He was mean. And we have a foil version of Sasuke. He changed. He did change. Ninja Hound Corpse. This Gara looks badass. Ayuya, Bearer of the Curse Mark. The 10-10 again. Team Guy. Asuma from Team 10. The Hand Rip Itachi again. Oh no. Bring it back. Rare Tsunade. That's new. Spend any amount of additional chakra. Power up X, where X is the amount of additional chakra. Upgrade, power up X. Oh, so you get double the boost if you upgrade. Okay. And then we have the 2-cost Neji. We have 2 more packs left to pull a gold card, guys. 2 cards, 2 packs left. I didn't think it was going to happen. But it would have been really cool. I mean, technically, there's a very small chance. Gamabunta, Idomaru, Orochimaru, Ayuya, Tsunade, Sakon, another Tayuya. Protect the leader. Oh, okay. Well, I guess now we don't need the alt art anymore. We have a sick dude. I asked for Conquerors and I got Conquerors. There we go. And okay, yeah, sure. Tamari. Nice. Sand Village represent. Here's Gamatatsu, Dozo Kinuta, Jirobo, Idomaru, another version of Kidomaru, Rashawan. I have to go. We have Itachi Amaterasu again. That is, in my opinion, this is the coolest looking rare we've pulled. We pulled it earlier already. And Akimimaru is our final card. Okay. Well, dude, that was fun to open, unironically. I thought that was fun. Okay, so what we have is 4 total of these, of the alt art, rares. 4 of these, right? You get 2 secret rares. So it's 1 in 10 secret rares per on average, right? 1 in 10 packs is a secret rare. So I would assume if you get lucky, you can pull 3 in a box. Because the minimum is 2, right? Because you get 24 packs in a box. So yeah. If we got lucky, we could have pulled a 3rd one, I suppose. And then of course you have 24 rares. Let me get the rares real quick, because I want to see what they mean by, like, you can put them next to each other. I can already kind of tell. I think these 2 might go next to each other. Hold up. This? Maybe the Gara is supposed to be in the middle, because yeah, it is, because this is 119, this is 121. I think we're missing 120. Did we pull the Gara? Let me check real quick. Let me check for the rares. Okay, this is a rare. I want to build a picture with the rares because they said you can. Rare Tsunade. Neji is a rare. Naruto is a rare. One Tail, I know we pulled 2 of that. There it is, the other one. Yeah, I hope we pulled. Did we pull? We pulled some Garas, but I'm not sure if we pulled the rare Gara. That goes in the middle. Here's Ino. Kiba. Shouldn't Kiba and Ino also go together? Wait, no, they're not in the same team. Team 8 and Team 10. I was tripping. This is the... Yeah, Kiba would go with... what is it? Hinata and... What's the 3rd? Who's the 3rd? Shino, yeah, the insect guy. It'd be Shikamaru, Ino, and Shui, yeah. Maybe we pulled those 3. Yeah, we did pull those 3 rares. Okay, I wonder how those are going to look together. Here's Kakashi. Here's Itachi again. Imimaru. Urania. Okay, those are our rares. Should be 24 exactly. We did not get a Gara rare. We got the Gara secret rare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 24 indeed. Okay. 2 Itachis. So we have Shikamaru, 111. Ino, 110. 112. Oh yeah, they do go together. They didn't lie. See the backgrounds? The backgrounds match. Yeah. Sweet. That's a small little bonus. I like that. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Now, since we've already looked at how to play the game earlier, if you missed that, I would recommend rewatching it later if you are interested in how exactly to play the game, because we went over basically the entire rule book. Let's look at some of the synergies that we've pulled, maybe, and maybe like build a deck around it. So I'm assuming, of course, we didn't pull all of the secret rares in the set. There's of course more to collect. I think there's 10 different ones, and you would need 2 of each. There's 2 things in particular that I thought looked really cool. The one thing was this Itachi combination with Sasuke out of the demo deck that I showed you earlier. And I'm happy we also pulled 2 of the rare Itachi, so I think that goes well together because this also has an upgrade effect. So I would want to put those into my deck. These 6 cards, right? Because this is the Itachi that you can play for free when you have a Sasuke in play, right? So this one is going to be a free 3-power character that you can upgrade into this one, which then lets you look at your opponent's hand and take a card away. And then you can upgrade that one into the 6-cost Itachi for just 1, which says move a friendly character in play, which I think is neat. So this would be 6 cards I would want to play. And then, of course, we need Sasuke's with that, which I did get 2 Sasuke's in the demo deck as well, which is the 2-cost Sasuke. Did I get any other Sasuke's? Let me see. I probably did. There's a Sasuke here. Because we do need Sasuke's. Also, we need Sakura's. I think what I'm doing... Oh, dude, I'm cooking. I think we can do a little bit of everything. Is the cool thing. Hold up. Because we have plenty of space in the deck. We have 30 cards, and we don't have that many of each of them that we want to play. I think we can do a little bit of a mix. We can do a little Sasuke Itachi package, which means we have synergy with Sakura, because Sasuke has Team 7, and this thing draws a card if you have a Team 7, which means we can also play our secret rare Sakura, and then we'll also, just because I want to, we'll throw in a little Sand Village package, because I want to play the Conquerors I pulled. Sound like a plan? Sound like a plan. Okay. So I'm going to sort out the cards we need for this. Team 7... I do love drawing cards. Okay, here's another Sasuke. Here is Sand Village. I'll read those again in a second, see if they make sense. Sand Village. Yeah. Here's the Sakura that draws cards. That's very important. We need those. This is the same Sasuke, but it's the same version, so let's do that one. And this is Sand Village. This Itachi. Ooh, okay, this is the same one as this one, but less fancy. Gonna play the fancier one, of course. Kankuro. Sakura. Naruto. Kakashi does make some sense. It's a Team 7 character. More Sand Village. More Sand Village. There's a third of that Sasuke, but we can't use it because you only can play 2, so we don't need that one for now. Sand Village. Team 7. Sand Village. Sand Village. And lots of Sand Village. Naruto. Sand Village. Okay. Good. So, what I'm thinking is the following. All right, hear me out. Let me cook. We're going to play the 2 Sasukes that we got. That way we can play the Itachi for free more consistently. That seems to make sense. So we have 6 Itachis, only 2 different Sasukes. I would assume that there is a rare Sasuke, but we just didn't pull it. So we can't play a rare Sasuke. I would assume there's another one, right? But that is going to be 10 cards in the deck already. All right, so that is our Itachi Sasuke package. Then, because we already have some Team 7 cards in here, I would like to play this Sakura, also because we pulled a secret rare Sakura, right? We're going to play this Sakura and this Sakura so we can consistently upgrade into this Sakura if we draw it, which is 5 cards. This card needs other Team 7s in play, so I would like to play some other Team 7s to facilitate that synergy. We have the following options. There's a Kakashi here. The Kakashi sounded really fun to me because they copy opponents' cards. So we have Kakashi. Didn't we pull multiple of this Kakashi? Am I tripping? I feel like I have that one. I feel like I pulled a playset of this, which is 2. Feels weird to refer to a playset as 2 cards, but it is how it works in this game. I swear I pulled him twice. I must have looked over it a second ago. Yashimaru. There's another Naruto. Here's another Kakashi. Yeah, I definitely looked over some of them. I was not thorough with my investigation. There he is. I knew it. It's a shame we won't be putting Zabuza in this deck, but I'm sure you can build another Zabuza deck with Haku. I'm sure they also have some synergies going on. But our secret rares kind of decided where we are taking this, right? Because we pulled Gaara and Sakura, so we're doing this. All right, good. Does Itachi have synergy with Kisame? This Kisame does say ambush, remove up to 2 power tokens from an enemy character and put them on this character. No, this one not. But there might be more cards we just haven't pulled. Maybe in the future they're going to make more Akatsuki synergies, potentially. Anyways, so for Team 7, we have... I don't know if this is good or not, but we could be playing just a 2-cost, 3-power Naruto to upgrade into this Naruto, which is good. And then we just have a little bit more Team 7 in here. The Substitution Ninja doesn't seem that great to me. I mean, it's fine. This Kakashi I want to play because it seems fun. So the only issue I have with this one is it says main, copy a non-upgrade effect of an enemy character with cost 4 or less, and the upgrade effect says there's no cost limit. The problem is I cannot upgrade this Kakashi because I don't have a cheaper Kakashi. I didn't pull one. Maybe there is another one, but I cannot upgrade this one because I don't have a cheaper version of Kakashi. But I still think it seems like a solid card. 4 cost, copy another play effect seems nice. And then we can also upgrade into our rare Kakashi, which says discard the top card of an enemy, of an upgraded enemy character, which seems nice. And it also copies non-upgrade instant effects from the discarded character if you upgrade it. So that seems good. So this is 10, 15, 21. 21 cards, which means we can play 9 Sand Village characters. 9 Sand Village characters. Let me see. Okay, we have Tamari. Oh wait, no, there is a cheaper Kakashi. I lied. I have it. Other Team 7s in this mission have +1 power. Yeah, no, that's a definitely include. We definitely include that. Okay. 22 cards, so 8 Sand Villages, and we definitely do the Gaara, right? Yeah, upgrade, and that means we need other Gaaras. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. Okay, so the options for Garas are, we have this 2-cost Gara, which has a lot of aura, which says power up. It's just a cheap card to play to upgrade into the bigger Gara. But there's also the 3-cost Gara that says Sand Shield. If this character would be moved or defeated, instead hide it, and you can play it while hidden, paying 2 less. That seems awesome. I like that card. I'm gonna play that. Maybe play both. But now it's getting tight. Oh, it's getting tight. I don't know if we can fit 3 synergies in one deck. Because I also want to play my Conquerors. I like the one that produces Chakra. I think we're gonna have to cut Tamari. I think if we want to play, if I want to play Conqueror and Gara, then I can't play Tamari. Can I do that? Is that allowed? Can I play a Team Baki, a Sand Village Splash without Tamari? What does Baki do? Okay, so the Baki that I pulled just says draw a card when you score. And this one says defeat a hidden character in play when you score. Which is fine, but has no synergies with the other cards in the Sand Village deck, so I don't think I need it for now. Right? So this is 31 cards now. This is 31 cards now, right? So we have to take out one card. What do you guys think is the worst card here? One of the Conquerors, maybe? Love Conqueror, though. Maybe the 6-cost Itachi? You can play 31? You know what? You're right. We can play 31. Why bother? For now, for the first deck, we can make it 31. Hey, we can play a Tamari to make it for 32. Why not? Which one's the coolest Tamari? Move a friendly character, move any character. If you have the edge, this card has 2 power, plus 2 power. They don't seem that exciting. No, I'll not play it Tamari. I thought it has to be exactly. No, it has to be at least 30. Not exactly. Not exactly. Hold up. Let me sleeve some of these cards first. And then of course, I don't have an opponent to play with, but I'll at least like shuffle up and show you how a game would go if you were to play one. Because we also have to pick missions for this deck. Is there a maximum? It didn't say anything about a maximum in the thing. I wonder if there's actually just no maximum. It's possible. I think now looking at this, I think I've cooked. I think my deck is broken. Okay, so what I've done, is I've put my favorite characters into a deck and also the 2 secret rares that I pulled because they look really cool and I think they're powerful. So, we are playing, I guess, Itachi Team 7 Sand Village Turbo. Our main strategies involve this Itachi, which says if there's a Sasuke in this mission, you can play it while hidden for 3 less, which means it's free when it's hidden. You pay 1 to play it hidden, and then you flip it up for free if you have a Sasuke. Then we upgraded into this Itachi, which is going to cost us 2 chakra, because this is a base cost of 3. This is 5, and it has an upgrade effect. It looks at your opponent's hand, and then if you upgrade into it, you can discard a card from their hand, which is going to mean we can take a look at their hand and take any card away from it, which sounds very strong to me. And then we have the option to upgrade that one, because it has no further effects on the field after we've played it. We can upgrade it for free, for 1, into the 6 cost Itachi, which says every enemy character in this mission has -1 power, and if you upgrade it, you can move a friendly character around. Which this seems like a very powerful sequence to me. You play this one for free, upgrade for 2, look at hand, discard a card, upgrade for this for the powerful continuous effect, right? That seems very good to me. I like that, right? So obviously we have to play some Sasukes. These are all the ones I pulled. I have a 2-cost Sasuke and a 3-cost Sasuke. Holy glare. Hold up. These 2, right? We play those. And because we have Sasukes in the deck, we have some Team 7 synergies. So I put in Sakura, because we also pulled a secret rare Sakura, which looks awesome. Sick looking card. So this card says, if there's another Team 7 in this mission, you draw a card. Look, it's a Josh stream. Of course, we're drawing cards. And we're upgrading into the big Sakura later. As well as we have the other 3-cost Sakura, which says continuously provides you with extra chakra, which I really like. I think that is cool. And also, if you upgrade into it, you draw a card and discard a card, which is neat. Small Naruto package. We have a 2-cost, 3-power Naruto with no effect to upgrade into our 5-cost, 5-power Naruto, which is removal on opponent's characters, which is nice. And also, that's just more Team 7 to make sure the Sakura can draw cards. And then we have a Kakashi package as well, which copies opponent's effects, which is cool. And we also have multiple ones that can upgrade into each other, which is awesome. That's that. This is probably the most synergistic part of the deck. But then I also put in some Sand Ninjas, because Kankuro is one of my favorite characters. And I pulled a secret rare Gaara, so I wanted to play some Sand Village cards in here. I put in 4 Gaaras plus the 1 up here to upgrade into it. Gaara, in classic Gaara fashion, the secret rare is the Sand Boreal Gaara. And it makes a lot of sense because it has powerful removal effects, especially if you upgrade into it. So, yeah. And then we have 2 Kankuros, because he's my favorite character. Can you also play the 9-tailed fox? He upgrades on Naruto. Wait, he does? We pulled one. Hold up. Oh. We did. You're right. I didn't read it. I just looked at the artwork. My bad. If you focus, then we can all read it together. You can play this character as an upgrade over Naruto Uzumaki. Cannot be hidden or defeated by enemy effects. I mean, yeah, okay, dude. Why not? We'll make it 32. We'll make it 32 cards. Why not? There it is. It's our big boss monster at the end. There we go. The 9-tailed fox has made its way into it. All right. The only thing that would be left now before you can play with this is you would have to pick 3 missions, right? Let me sort these real quick, because there's only 10 different ones, and I would assume that we've pulled all of them a couple of times. I guess you'd have to get very unlucky to not have a certain mission. Here's Assassination, Sakura, Training, Set a Trap, Rescue a Friend. Yeah, we have all 10. We have all 10. All right, I don't have to sort the rest, but we have 10 different missions to choose from. All right. I don't know which one is going to make sense. Let's just read them one by one and decide which one makes sense. All right, we have Call for Support. If you score, you get to power up to a character in play. Okay. We have Assassination. Score. Focus. Defeat an enemy hidden character in play. Okay. I have to go. Score, move a friendly hidden character in play. You can only play one of each mission. Yes. You need 3 different missions. Bring it back. You must return 1 friendly non-hidden character in this mission to your hand if able. Oh, it gives a lot of points, but then you have to return a card, which is a tempo loss. Okay, interesting one. I suppose this is something you would play in a deck with a lot of like good on-play effects and cheap cards. That you just play, win this mission, return back to your hand, and replay them next turn. Which is a really cool strategy. I dig it, but I don't think that's what our deck wants to do. But that's cool. We have Protect the Leader. Characters with 4 or more power in this mission have an extra power. How do we have a lot of 4 powers? This one has 4 power. This one has 4 power. This one is 5, 5, 4, 5, 4. We have a lot of 4 power characters. Yeah. Yeah, we can play that one. That seems nice. We will play Protect the Leader. Then we have Find the Traitor. Score. Opponent discards a card from hand. Okay. I don't mind this. This goes well with our Itachi. If we win this mission, we force them to discard their hand. Like that. Shunin Exam. All non-hidden characters in this mission have +1 power. Okay. Chakra Training. +1 chakra for both players. I think our curve, our costs are relatively medium. We don't have many super expensive cards. So I don't think we need to play like a ramp card like this to get extra chakra. I think that would benefit maybe our opponents more than us. We'll see. Rescue a friend. Score, draw a card. Okay. And then set a trap. Score. Play a card from your hand as a hidden character to any mission. I like that. That seems fun. I like the hidden aspect. Okay, I've decided on my 3 missions. Okay. Now, we've looked at the rules earlier, but just to make it clear, let me show you how a game would at least start. Of course, I can't play it out without an opponent, but we can look at how the game would functionally work, right? So, you go to your game with a deck of at least 30 cards and your 3 mission cards. Your opponent is also going to have a deck and is also going to have 3 mission cards. Let's just say they play these 3, all right? You shuffle your deck. That playmate is sick. It is sick, yeah. So you shuffle your deck, shuffle, and then what you do is out of your 3 mission cards, you randomly select 2. So you would also shuffle these. I would assume in a tournament, you would do like shuffle all 3 together, then let your opponent pick 1 to set aside, right? And then the other 2, you do the same with your opponent's missions, right? Set 1 aside. And then those 4 missions are the 4 missions you're going to play for the game, right? And you have to shuffle those together as well, which, once again, we talked about this earlier. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work when they have different sleeves than you. Then you're going to technically know the order, but maybe that's not a big deal, right? Maybe that's okay. So they get shuffled together as the mission deck, and they're here, right? And then you shuffle. You draw your opening hand of 5 cards. All right, you get to decide on whether you want to keep it or not, right? In this case, we've drawn 2 6-cost Itachis, a Naruto, a Kakashi, and a Kankuro. My first instinct would be to mulligan this since we didn't really draw any synergies. So I would, do you draw a new hand first or do you shuffle? Hold up. How does the mulligan exactly work? Do you draw first or do you shuffle them back first? Reshuffle and then redraw. Okay. And this is going to be your final hand. Like, you can't change this one. All right. So we have a 2-cost Sasuke, a 2-cost Gaara, the 9-tailed fox, the Itachi for 5, and the Sakura for 3. All right. So this is our opening hand, right? For the first round. Then the first mission is getting revealed, which is Protect the Leader. All right. And then you determine how much chakra you have. In the first round, this is going to be 5, right? You have 5 chakra to spend. The same is true for your opponent, right? And then you draw 2 cards, I believe. I'm looking through the thing. I do think you draw 2 cards on the first turn, right? Player 1 drawing 2 cards, player 2 drawing 2 cards. Yes, I think so. Or do you not draw on the first round? You draw? Okay. So we draw another Sasuke and a Naruto. Okay. Note that you ain't winning ties with this probably because you're going to take a lot of turns. This is true because a lot of my cards cost like 2 and 3. I'm going to take more actions than my opponent, so I'm not winning the ties, right? Which is a good, it's a good call. It's a good, good point you're making, right? So now you would determine who has the edge in the first round. Like you would need to determine, you would roll a dice who goes first or not. Let's just say we go first, right? Let's say we have the edge. Let's say this is our edge token, right? This right here. So we're going first, right? And now we get to decide which cards we want to play from our hand, all right? We can play every card in our hand right now except for the 9-tailed fox because we do not have enough chakra to play it. Because it costs 7 and right now we have 5, which is what you start with, right? I would say something cool that we could do here is we could spend 3 chakra, bringing us down to 2, to play Sakura Haruno, which is a 3-cost 2. It does have an upgrade effect, but we're not going to use it right now. But it does give us permanently +1 chakra. So we gain 1 chakra, we go back up to 3. Then it would be our opponent's turn to play 1 character into this mission as well. Keep in mind, on the first round, you only have 1 mission to assign your characters to, right? You cannot choose where they go. In the first round, they have to go here, because this is the only mission on the field right now, right? Now, our opponent plays a character, whatever. Let's just say they spend 5 to play this Zabuza, which says, main, if there's only 1 non-hidden enemy character in this mission, hide them. Well, that seems a pretty good answer to my Sakura. So they hide it. They hide it here, right? Now, do I lose my chakra again now? Or have I already gained it? I would assume I've already gained it. I'm not sure. Either way, let's say I lose the chakra because I don't know how exactly the ruling would work in this case. I've randomly picked a card that sparks a ruling question, which I'm not prepared for. I'm not sure if I have gained that chakra. You gain that chakra with Sakura at the start of the phase. Ah, okay. So the chakra. Ah, okay, good. Thank you. Okay. So the chakra has not been added for this turn. It would be added on the future turn. Okay. Now I only have 2 chakra left over because I spent 3 for playing the Sakura, which the Zabuza has now hidden. So I'm going to spend my last 2 to play Sasuke, right? Which is a 2-cost 4 power that would lose power if I had other characters in play that are not hidden. But right now it's just straight up 4 power. This would conclude, my opponent would then pass because they're done playing cards. I would pass because I'm done playing cards. They would now gain control of the edge token because they passed first. Because they only did 1 action, I did 2, so they're done first. Right? Yeah. Now, the first round is done relatively quickly, right? The first round is done. We compare who has the stronger ninjas at this mission, right? Characters with 4 power or more in this mission have +1 power, which means our Sasuke has a power of 5. Their Zabuza has a power of 6, which means they would score this mission, which would give them 3 points because the mission is worth 2, as you can see on the bottom right. And because it is the D rank mission, the first mission in the game, it gives you 1 extra point. So it is a 3-point mission. Our opponent would gain 3 points here. And then we would move into the second round which means we flip up the next mission, which is the Shunin exam in this case. We both draw 2 cards. And because my opponent has the edge, they get to play the first card, right? And if they play a character now, they can decide where it goes. But first we have to figure out how much chakra we have, which is more than 5 now, because now our opponent is going to start with 6 chakra. Why is it 6? Because you start with a base of 5 plus 1 for each character you have in play, right? And this is how maybe smaller characters can snowball the game into your control. Because my opponent is now going to start the second round with 6 chakra, because they have 5 plus the Zabuza. We're going to have 7, because we have 5 plus 2 characters, right? The face downs do count. I just checked in the document. So we have 7 chakra in round 2. Our opponent has 6. This is how the game would continue. We would now play our characters. Let's say we spend all 7 to play the 9-tailed fox in the Shunin exam, right? And then our turn is done. Our opponent does the same thing, plays some characters. Then we compare again who wins mission D in the second round, who wins mission C. We compare, we score points, and we continue with the third mission. We play our cards. We continue with the fourth mission, and we play our cards, right? This is how the game would play, right? This is how you would determine the winner of each mission on each round. This is how you gain additional chakra on future turns as well, right? Like, because the more characters you play, the more chakra you have on the next turn, right? I think this is a core advantage of playing some cheaper characters instead of just slamming just one big 9-tailed fox, for example, because you might just not be able to play your other cards if you don't have enough chakra on future turns, right? Whereas, like, if your opponent plays a lot of small creatures, or ninjas rather, not creatures, then they would have a lot of chakra in the last round, and they can overtake you on all the other things, right? And keep in mind, the later it gets, the more important the missions become, because the later missions give you more points. This mission is worth 6 points in round number 4, because it has a base of 2, and if it's round 4, that mission gives you 4 points, this one gives you 3 points, this one gives you 2 points, and this one gives you 1 point, plus their values at the top, right? So yeah. How does upgrading cards work? Okay, so I have, for example, just to give you an example of what my deck was trying to do, I'm missing, right now, in order for it all to click together, I am missing this Itachi, right? So, let's say in like round 3, I played this Sasuke into the Rescue a Friend mission, which is the B mission, right? I play it here. Then I spend 1 to hide my Itachi here as well, right? This Itachi says, if there is a Sasuke in this mission, you can play this character while it's hidden for 3 less, right? So I hide it here for 1. I pay 0 to unhide it, to play it from here. And then I can upgrade it. So upgrading works the following way, right? This is a 5-cost Itachi. This is a 3-cost Itachi. So I pay 2 chakra to upgrade this Itachi into this Itachi. And then basically you keep this Itachi under it, but it's basically considered no longer there, right? It turns into this one. Whatever is under here doesn't matter. It's just like any sort of effects transfer, like power tokens, but you pay the difference in cost to upgrade, right? And then this card has an upgrade effect of look at your opponent's hand, and then if you upgraded it, you can also discard a card, right? From your opponent's hand. So these cards combo really well together is the idea. You draw 2 cards each starting mission. You draw 2 cards each round. So the first mission gets flipped up. You have a starting hand of 5 cards. You draw 2. You play your ninjas. The round ends. You score the mission. The second mission gets flipped up. You draw 2 cards. You play your ninjas. You score points. The round ends. You flip up the next mission. You draw 2 cards. You play your ninjas, and you scored the missions. And then the fourth round begins with the 4th mission. You draw 2 cards. You play your ninjas, and you score the points. Right? So yeah, that's how the game plays, right? That is the idea of it. All right. Was that understandable? Was that something that you guys understood? Because I did, but once again, this is the first time I'm doing something like this. And in general, I am interested in other card games in general. I could very well. They have announced for the Naruto Mythos TCG. They have announced that there's also going to be tournament gameplay and everything. Like, look, if my locals does this, I might go check it out. You know, it's something that sounds fun. I have the cards now, and I'm excited to see if what I built here makes any sense. You know. So that is something that I'm kind of looking forward to. You know, I'm always interested in other card games. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I understand it's not like my main form of content or whatever, but I thought it was fun to check out a new card game, see how it works. Also open some packs. You know, I had a lot of fun opening the packs because I feel like there's a lot of flavor in here with like in regards to like to the show, like cards that are supposed to have synergy with each other, the type of effects that you have make a lot of sense if you've seen the show. So I thought that was fun. Of course, unfortunately, we didn't pull the really big ones, the serialized card or the gold card, but I suppose we'll leave that one to all the people to chase. Once again, a quick info on this, because this trading card game is very new, and the first edition of this game was very sought after. There is a special shop set up for the viewers of this stream and this video on YouTube as well. I'm going to link it in the description down below. There is an opportunity for you guys to pick up this product. It's not sold out here. It is something that you can get, and it also is supporting me as a creator because I'm giving you the link for it. But it is limited to two boxes and 2 starter packs per order. You cannot, it's specifically so that not one person goes and buys all of it, all right? But if honestly, as you can see, you only need 2 of each card to have a playset. So honestly, 2 boxes and 2 starter kits is plenty to get you started. So if you are interested in it, if you thought the little bit of a first look looked interesting to you for this game, then feel free. You can use !Naruto in chat right now to get a link to the shop and grab yourself some product. It once again is limited to 2 boxes and 2 starter packs per order, so that it doesn't get bought up by, you know, one person or whatever, right? Because the stuff is like sold out in a lot of places I have seen. This is the first edition as well. This is a topic for Naruto because they have already announced that they are that there is going to be a second edition, but of course the second edition is not going to have the same serialized cards and the gold card. You know, they're not just like reprinting those. So the second edition is going to have from the effects are going to be the same. It's going to be the same cards, but it's not going to have the same like serialized cards and stuff like that, right? But in case you want to look into it, in case you want to grab yourself some first edition displays or starter kits, you can do so using the link. And yeah, that is essentially it for this segment. I hope you enjoyed this. I had fun looking into it. It sounds like a fun game to me. There seems to be a lot of strategic depth, especially with the hidden cards. That's something that I really would like to explore. So yeah, thank you all for staying with me for this one. Thank you all for tuning in today. Appreciate you all for watching, and also a large thank you for Naruto Mythos trading card game for sponsoring this segment of the stream. So I really appreciate that. My locals already announced the first couple of Naruto events, and they're all sold out. See, isn't that nice? Look, it's something that people actually are interested in. That's cool. Okay, nice. All right, gamers. That was your stream for today. We've been here a little bit longer than usual for the sponsored segment. I hope you had fun today. I hope you enjoyed the Master Duel segment earlier. I hope you enjoyed this segment as well. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And I will see you all on Saturday for the Master Duel in-person invitational in Paris. So make sure to tune in. That is going to be on this channel as well. So just, you know, if you're not followed yet, then just follow the channel. But most of you guys are going to see it anyways. If you want to check out some Master Duel in-person invitational on the Saturday, then feel free to join. Other than that, I'll be playing the French Open on Sunday. So I hope to see some of you guys there. If not, the next stream is probably going to be next week, Tuesday, which is when I'm going to be back from all the traveling. So I hope to see you all there. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week. And